5, and then she also participated in U.S. Spacewalk 94 back in March, both of those with NASA astronaut Chris Williams, which Williams returned to Earth and would officially close out Expedition 74 and bring on Expedition 75 with the arrival of Anil Menon. And for Anil, this will be his very first spacewalk of his NASA career. It is again the 281st spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 4th of 2026, and of course the first spacewalk for the newly minted Expedition 75. As we welcome you back inside Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We're currently in a communications handover with the International Space Station, and we will bring you those live views of the astronauts in Anil Menon and Jessica Meir here shortly as they continue their pre-breathe procedures as they prepare to venture out into the vacuum of space again for U.S. Spacewalk 96. Supporting both Jessica and Anil Menon today are going to be NASA astronauts Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno of ESA, and these two have supported so far every spacewalk that they have been on board inside the International Space Station, supporting Jessica Meir's, again, spacewalk number 94 and 95. That was back in March and back in June. So Jack Hathaway and both Sophie Adno in their first missions aboard the International Space Station. Both of them arrived to the station back in February as a member of NASA's SpaceX Crew 12 on February 13th, and they're currently operating on their 174th day aboard the orbiting laboratory. As the teams here on the ground are currently executing a handover inside of Mission Control, let's take a closer look at who is supporting today's spacewalk from the ground in Mission Control in Houston. As he hands over control from the Orbit 1 to the Orbit 2 team, it'll be Spacewalk Flight Director Ronak Dave that will take the helm. Stephanie Wilson, NASA astronaut, will be the spacewalk communicator. We'll be hearing many communications between her and the crew outside, so that'll be with both Jessica and Anil throughout the day today. Aki Hoshide of JAXA will be the Capcom. He'll communicate with the crew inside the International Space Station. Again, that crew of 7, so he will be handling communications of everything internally. Steve Villano, along with Drew Burr and Lucas Winder, will work things out as the lead spacewalk officer and task officers for today's spacewalk. And Matt Hahn and Andrew Francis will support the spacesuit and airlock operations. And there is our first looks live inside of the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station. And there you can see NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the left-hand side and Jessica Meir, the commander of the International Space Station, on the right-hand side. And throughout today's spacewalk, we will have Jessica. She will have the red stripes that'll be featured on the cuff of her pants, and we'll keep an eye out for her identification markers. And for Anil Menon, he will be in no stripes. And on the near side, against the wall, is Jack Hathaway, one of the 2 astronauts supporting today. And right on cue is going to be Sophie Adno, that's also supporting preparations for today's spacewalk. Again, the crew is currently executing their pre-breathe procedures, and they will do so for about 2 hours. They're about halfway through that point, and that is when they are breathing pure oxygen to remove nitrogen from their blood supply, and it helps avoid decompression sickness, or the bends, as they transition from the International Space Station to the vacuum of space. In terms of air pressure, the space station operating close to sea level that we experience here on Earth, and of course bringing it down to vacuum when they venture out into space. The astronauts have already completed some light exercises, or ISLE, where they complete those exercises in their suit. And that's all part of the pre-breathe procedures to help the body absorb oxygen faster. So these 2 crew members and their support crew, and Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway, are currently in the equipment lock of the Quest airlock. This is where they get suited up and do the initial checkouts. The leak checks, which they performed earlier, all went well, and they'll continue to do checks on inspections of gloves, equipment. They'll test out their helmet cameras, which we will get great views from those as the spacewalk progresses. They'll also add their MEDOX canisters, or metal oxide canisters, that help scrub carbon dioxide from the astronauts as they perform their spacewalk today. And then eventually they'll move into the background, which is the crew lock, as Sophie Adno is floating that direction. And once we get a greater look, you'll see the equipment that'll be used for today's spacewalk. So let's take a look at what exactly these two astronauts, and Anil Menon and Jessica Meir, will be up to today outside of the International Space Station. This is to install a mod kit on the 3B mast canister that'll again help the International Space Station prepare for the future installation of a International Space Station rollout solar array, or IROSA. Now, these solar arrays will be delivered later this year on NASA's SpaceX's 35 commercial resupply services mission, and overall will be the 7th IROSA that will provide additional power to support critical station operations, including the safe and controlled deorbit. So these two will be building out that modification kit that'll be assembled on the canister itself. They will also run the cables that will be needed to power that IROSA during that future EVA, and of course set up that EVA for future success and put it in a good configuration before eventually meandering back into the Quest airlock to complete today's spacewalk. And to better help illustrate where exactly these astronauts will be traversing today, if they were to leave the Quest airlock towards the middle of your screen and make their way down what would be the left-hand side of this graphic, the 3B section is where they will be operating today, and again adding that modification kit to that canister for the rollout solar array. Now, a similar spacewalk was conducted earlier this year. We mentioned Jessica Meir, a part of U.S. Spacewalk 94 with Chris Williams back on March 18th. That was to help complete the modification and mounting hardware of the 2A channel, highlighted in green. And they would also complete the work done initially by Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean back in May of 2025, when they would help build that out. So at the completion of today's spacewalk, the yellow looking to turn green, and then the two rollout solar arrays that will again fly up on a later cargo flight, NASA SpaceX's 35 later this year. Those will then be a part of future EVAs to roll out the IROSAs. And if you're curious what the IROSA looks like, you can move all the way to the right-hand side of that image, and there you can see two rollout solar arrays. It's a great example that go over top of the International Space Station's current solar arrays. So as we make our way back inside the Quest airlock, again, the crew, Jessica Meir on the right-hand side, up against the wall, Anil Menon on the left-hand side, currently operating through their pre-breathe procedures, and will continue to work towards their checklist as Jack Hathaway in the foreground, working with the teams here on the ground. And again, we'll hear additional communications and expedited communications as the crew got to work earlier this morning in preparation for today's spacewalk. In about 5 minutes or so, the crew relayed earlier that they would begin.
Airlock, just want to think. I think we're still waiting in step 7. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, Jack, we are still working through step 7. We expect about 5 more minutes before we'll be able to give you go in step 8. However, when you get to the designated time for MEDOX changeout at 11:15, you are go for MEDOX changeout.
I understand that you guys are working 7, and we're going to leave the cameras on until you guys are done with that. But understand we can get started now with a couple prep steps, and then at 11:15, we're ready for the first MEDOX spot.
Good read.
Communication between the team here on the ground and with NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway is.
First MEDOX canister for EV1 is 1033, and Silt's got it up in the camera if you want to see.
Good number.
And Sophie Adno showing great displays is what Jack Hathaway is communicating down to the teams on the ground, the metal oxide canister that they will install in the back of the spacesuits of Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
And Sophie's going to unlatch Jessica's ETA and rotate her forward so she's got access.
We copy.
So as the crew and the support team of Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno working with the support team here on the ground, continuing to work through those procedures. And again, they were talking about the metal oxide canisters, or MEDOX, that we will hear. We'll hear a lot of acronyms throughout today, but that metal oxide canister is placed inside the spacesuit, and that is to remove carbon dioxide during today's spacewalks. And it can be used multiple times, and once a spacewalk is completed, they can recharge those canisters. So they're working through the equipment themselves, the serial numbers, and sharing down with the crew. And ultimately, it will be installed in the backpack, or the PLIS, the portable life support system, mounted on the back of today's spacewalkers. And again, Jessica Meir slowly tilted a little bit facing towards the camera will be EV1 wearing the red stripes, and Anil Menon will be on the left-hand side, and now an above view camera of Anil facing down as the crew again continuing to work through their procedures. They also mentioned HECA cameras. Those are the cameras that are mounted on the spacesuits themselves, the high definition extravehicular mobility unit camera assembly, and that's where we're going to get great views from the astronauts as they venture out into space and perform today's spacewalk. Once all the procedures are completed and the checkouts are done, they will then install their safers to the backside of their spacesuits. That is the simplified aid for EVA rescue. Those are nitrogen thruster-powered backpacks that are added to their portable life support systems and worn by the astronauts during a spacewalk on board the International Space Station. And they act as a self-rescue jetpack, providing 6 degrees of freedom and ultimately needed if a astronaut were to become untethered and be able to safely make their way back to the orbiting laboratory. So again, we welcome you back aboard the International Space Station in preparations for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, as the two, Jessica on the right side, Anil in his spacesuit on the left-hand side, receiving support from Jack Hathaway, NASA astronaut, in preparations for today's spacewalk. We're just moments away from the installation of the metal oxide canisters. And you can see Jack working through those procedures with the team and the support group on the ground, again, helmed by Ronak Dave, flight director inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Team, and his Momentum Flight Control Team, taking over today's spacewalk duties from Elias Mirmo and the Orbit 1 team and his service flight team. In the background, again, the crew currently in the equipment lock of the Quest airlock aboard the International Space Station. But in the background, you see the equipment necessary to complete today's spacewalk. On the portion of the top left-hand side, you can see the struts that'll be required to install the 3B mod kit to the 3B mast canister of the International Space Station. And that involves 6 different struts and a mounting bracket that the two astronauts will assemble from start to finish. That bag is about 8 feet long and over 300 pounds here on Earth, and of course in space, though seemingly weightless, still carries that mass with it. And though out of sight, Sophie Adno currently working on the portable life support system on the backside of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, installing the MEDOX canister. And there you can see Sophie swinging Jessica back up against the wall of the equipment lock as that canister put into place. Anil Menon on the left-hand side in his spacesuit, preparing for what will be his very first spacewalk of his career. Will have his metal oxide canister installed as well. And they'll continue to go over multiple checks and safety inspections before coming off of the wall and making their way into what would be the crew.
Serial number for Anil for ED2 is 1034.
Good number.
So now you get a great view of Sophie Adno swinging NASA astronaut Anil Menon off of the equipment lock to install his metal oxide canister and unzipping the backside of the portable life support system. That backpack mounted on the back of the astronauts provides everything that they will need for today's spacewalk: self-contained, breathable atmosphere, cooling, power, and all that they can carry with them to work out into the vacuum of space for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 and install the mod kit to the 3B canister of the International Space Station. And again, that is for the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. For the astronauts in the spacesuits, continuing to also work through their pre-breathe procedures. And they did so about an hour and a half ago, began those pre-breathe procedures, breathing pure oxygen to remove nitrogen from their blood supply, and that helps avoid decompression sickness from going to a higher pressure, which is inside the International Space Station, down to vacuum at the lowest of pressures out in space. These astronauts also did some light exercises to help speed up that process and get the oxygen supply into circulation faster. Divers experience these adjustments below the surface of the water here on Earth. Jack Hathaway, NASA astronaut in the foreground. Sophie Adno of ESA working on the portable life support system of NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the left-hand side of our view here today inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, installing the metal oxide canisters.
We're pausing the EMU
And we welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room inside of Mission Control Center, Houston, Texas, as we are experiencing a communications handover in satellites. And we will rejoin the crew aboard the International Space Station here shortly. And there you can see a great view of Flight Director Ronak Dave. That'll be on tap for today's spacewalk. He and his Momentum flight team just completed a handover. Sitting immediately to his right is Stephanie Wilson. Then she will be the spacewalk communicator for today's activities outside of the orbiting laboratory. She will be the one that you will hear the voice of often talking with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And immediately to her right is Aki Hoshide. He'll be the Capcom for today's events. He'll be the one communicating with the Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. And as we resume contact, we return back inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as Jack Hathaway and team continuing to work through today's procedures ahead of U.S. Spacewalk 96. And then as I actually look to the bottom left where Anil Menon is up against the wall of the equipment lock, you can see one of the key tools that'll be used for today's spacewalk. That is the pistol grip tool that'll be used to help assemble the 3B mod kit to the 3B canister of the International Space Station. That is the power drill, or a non-powered ratchet wrench that'll be used to help secure bolts and pins. Jessica Meir will also be equipped with that tool as well, as the two will work in tandem throughout today's spacewalk to assemble that 3B mod kit that again consists of 3 struts. They will build an upper triangle and then have a right side and a left side that they will attach to the 3B canister. And once affixed with the center mounting bracket, that bracket will support the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. And those arrays, again,
airlock in step 18. The expended MEDOX for EV2 was 0022, and the expended MEDOX for EV1 was 0020. And also, we didn't hear you verify this earlier in step 11. Our GMT for the pause was 1121.
And station, this is flight. We copied 1121. We're getting Aki enabled here. And good numbers on the MEDOX as well.
So the teams here on the ground working with Jack Hathaway there in the foreground, relaying the good information relayed about the metal oxide canisters that again will scrub carbon dioxide from the spacesuits of Jessica Meir on the right-hand side and Anil Menon on the left-hand side. And again, for Jessica Meir today, it will be her 6th spacewalk of her NASA career, her 3rd during this recent stay aboard the International Space Station when she would fly up on NASA's SpaceX Crew 12 back in February. And currently operating on her 174th day in microgravity. And for Anil Menon, he would join the International Space Station's crew of 7 and would briefly be a part of Expedition 74 and officially kick off Expedition.
Clock resumed, GMT 1125.
Copy 1125. Good morning, Jack.
Sir?
And there you heard the return calls from Aki Hoshide, again, today's Capcom, that will be communicating with the astronauts inside the International Space Station. And Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, will join in once both Meir and Anil Menon venture out into space. They continue to work through their pre-breathe procedures ahead of today's spacewalk. And again, for Jessica Meir, her 6th EVA, 3rd during her current mission as a member of NASA SpaceX Crew 12, the current International Space Station commander. And for Anil Menon, who just arrived a little more than 22 days ago after launching on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome as a part of Soyuz MS-29, and a great above-camera view of Anil as he works through his, again, pre-breathe procedures ahead of his very first spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston as we look inside of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon prepare to venture out into the vacuum of space for U.S. Spacewalk 96 in preparation of a 3B mod kit to the 3B mass canister.
We have successful manual leak checks, and we're back into procedure 1.225, step 17.
Copy that. Thanks.
Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno supporting today's spacewalkers. Jessica Meir on the right-hand side, Anil Menon on the left in the equipment lock. And there we can see in the background a great shot through into the crew lock that they will eventually venture out into, and the equipment used for today. The larger bag that is floating towards the top of that lock is where the 6 struts and the mounting bracket that will be carried to the work site for today's spacewalk, and then the crew bag and equipment in the second bag, as we now see what will be the safers that are floating into view with ESA astronaut Sophie Adno. And these will be attached to the back of today's spacewalkers. And again, these safers, the simplified aid for EVA rescue, nitrogen thruster powered backpack used in the event an astronaut were to become untethered from the International Space Station and are able to safely maneuver back to the orbiting laboratory. So it'll be Jessica Meir that'll receive her safer first, shortly followed by Anil Menon. Again, we welcome you to today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 as International Space Station Commander and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir alongside NASA astronaut Anil Menon will venture out to be a part of what will be a busy run of spacewalks in the month of August. The first of 3 here in the near future. For Jessica Meir, having her safer currently installed after her MEDOX canister just moments ago was placed inside of her portable light support system to help scrub carbon dioxide. Anil Menon on the left-hand side with his arms raised will receive a similar safer as the crew continues to work through its procedures in preparation for entering the crew lock in the background. Hatches will close, and then once that crew lock is brought down to vacuum, currently operating a little more than 14 pounds per square inch, similar to what we here on Earth would experience at sea level, will be brought down to vacuum, and the two will venture out into space. For Anil, it'll be his very first time, and for Jessica Meir, it'll be her 6th spacewalk, the 3rd of her current mission aboard the International Space Station. And that spacewalk will officially begin once the 2 crew members will switch over their equipment to battery power to mark the official beginning of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. Inside of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, with now her back towards the camera, having her safer installed to her portable life support system and spacesuit. She will be EV1, labeled by the team here on the ground, and will be marked by what you can see now on the cuff of her pants, the red stripes for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. And with her safer installed, they are maneuvering Jessica into the crew lock to continue their procedures and next steps. And for Anil Menon on the left-hand side, he will await his turn to receive his safer, and will then join Jessica in the crew lock. Inside the Quest airlock, now NASA astronaut Anil Menon receiving his safer unit to the backside of his spacesuit ahead of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, NASA and ESA respectively, helping install those as Jessica Meir is now already inside of the crew lock and in position. For Meir, this will be her 6th spacewalk, and for Anil Menon, this will be the very first of his NASA career. We will continue to hear communications from the spacewalkers themselves and from Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno as they continue to work through all the safety and equipment protocols and technical protocols necessary before sending them into the crew lock. Once inside the crew lock, it will begin to depress, bringing the pressure down from what's inside the International Space Station down to the vacuum of space. And from there, the two NASA astronauts will venture out and begin today's spacewalk to again begin to install the hardware that will modify the station's 3B power channel and prepare it for the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. ESA astronaut Sophie Adno continuing to work on what is the left-hand side of NASA astronaut Anil Menon in preparation for today's spacewalk outside of the International Space Station. Jack Hathaway floating into the foreground. The crew continuing to work through their pre-spacewalk procedures as Jessica Meir joining Anil Menon for today's spacewalk, already in the crew lock in the background there that is illuminated. This view inside of the equipment lock, setting up Anil Menon for eventual entry to join Jessica into the crew lock. Teams on the ground monitoring all these procedures and continuing to work towards the start of today's spacewalk. So far, everything has been on time for both the crew and team here on the ground as pre-breathe procedures have been worked through. Medox canisters to scrub carbon dioxide have been installed. The safers have now been installed with Jessica first and now Anil as they position him. Feet to head is the positioning inside of the crew lock as Jack Hathaway moving some of the equipment necessary for today's spacewalk to allow Anil Menon to float his way in and join the International Space Station commander. Today's spacewalk support group and Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno now positioning NASA astronaut Anil Menon inside of the crew lock of the Quest airlock inside of the International Space Station as crew aboard the station as well as here on the ground in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Now both astronauts have entered or egressed the crew lock of the Quest airlock with the necessary tools and equipment needed for today's spacewalk to again install hardware that'll help modify the station's 3B power channel and prepare it for the installation of the International Space Station Solar Array, or IROSA. And both The IROSA for 3B and the 2A power channel will arrive on a future cargo flight that'll happen later this year on NASA SpaceX's 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. For Anil Menon, he is the astronaut in the spacesuit with his head facing towards Hathaway and Sophie Adno. Jessica Meir just off to what would be Anil's left, are right from our view. They are properly positioned and continue to go through their spacewalk procedures. The hatch will close. The go will be given for depressurization of the crew lock, in which it will drop to about 14.5 pounds per square inch, similar to that of sea level here on Earth. To the vacuum of space, we'll also receive the official start time of today's spacewalk once both Jessica Meir and Anil Menon's suits have been turned on to battery power. Back inside the International Space Station's Quest airlock, we welcome you for today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon prepare to exit the orbiting laboratory and perform the installation of hardware that will modify the station's 3B power channel and prepare it for the installation of a future International Space Station rollout solar array that'll be completed on a future spacewalk. These two astronauts are currently inside of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, being assisted by Sophie Adno on the bottom right in the turquoise teal shirt, and Jack Hathaway of NASA helping support the two spacewalkers today. For both Adno and Hathaway, they have supported so far every spacewalk, U.S. spacewalk, that has been on the International Space Station since their arrival as a member of NASA SpaceX Crew 12 back in February. And that is also where Jessica Meir would arrive on station, and the current International Space Station commander. She is preparing for her 6th EVA of her career, the 3rd this mission, and over her career, 36 hours and 6 minutes out in space. And for Anil Menon, he is on his first flight to the orbiting laboratory, arriving just this past July 14th, as a member of Soyuz MS-29. So entering his 22nd day aboard the International Space Station. Everything so far has been on time for the crew and their pre-spacewalk preparations, going through pre-breathe procedures, having their metal oxide canisters installed, their HECA cameras, that is the high-definition extravehicular mobility unit camera assembly. We will see views from those cameras throughout today's spacewalk as they will work in tandem to install this 3B mod kit to the canister of the 3B channel of the International Space Station. Teams here on the ground in Mission Control Houston continuing to monitor through these steps ahead of the start of today's spacewalk as they continue to communicate down and communicate with the astronauts, making sure everything and every procedure is checked off. From this point on, the hatch will close and the teams on the ground, as well as both Jack and Sophie, will monitor. And once that hatch is closed, we will get the go for depressurization of the crew lock. And there we see Sophie slowly lowering it, making sure the crew bag stays inside its proper placement. And with that, the hatch has been closed of the crew lock of the Quest airlock inside the International Space Station. We're on the other side of the hatch awaits Jessica Meir and Anil Menon of NASA, ready to venture out into space for today's spacewalk. Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway in the foreground in the equipment lock portion, continuing to work through today's procedures. So for Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, officially closing the hatch of the crew lock, and again taking extra precautions and making sure everything is sealed up properly as the two astronauts, Anil Menon and Jessica Meir, are inside the crew lock, but also with a lot of equipment for today's spacewalk. The 6 struts needed to complete the 3B mod kit and the mounting a bracket necessary for the installation of an IROSA. That is an 8-foot-long bag, which here on Earth would weigh well over 300 pounds.
77, the emergency MPAP is closed. The node 1 vacuum access port is connected to the gamma cap. You guys are go for 78.
And Houston copies will take care of 78 through 80, and be advised, EV crew will be hot mic after we complete step 80.
We copy. You guys are going through 80, and EV will be hot mic once you're done with that. We'll be standing by.
Copy that.
So inside the International Space Station, Jack Hathaway communicating with the teams here on the ground with Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. Continuing to work through the step-by-step procedures ahead of today's spacewalk. On the other side of that hatchway is NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, our two spacewalkers for today. Sixth of the career for Meir, first for Anil Menon. And then as they continue to work through their procedures, we will hear communication from the crew as they continue to work through their checklist, but also the go for depressurization of the crew lock.
And EV crew, you are hot mic on Space Ground 1.
EV1, good morning, Hoshida-san.
You too, let's do this.
Good morning, Jessica and Anil. Let's do this.
Just to make sure I'm on the same page as you, I think that means that you guys are done with 80 and you're ready for me to do 81.
Jack, stand by. We're working on the other steps. We'll call you when we're ready.
And a bye.
And we heard the first communications down to the ground of today's coverage from Jessica Meir and Anil Menon doing the comms checks with the team here in the International Space Station Flight Control Center. Meanwhile, Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno continuing to work through their step-by-step procedures ahead of depressurization of the crew lock of the Quest airlock.
Pick up in step 81, and in step 84, you have a go to perform the crew lock depress, repress cue card depress section.
Some will go to start in 81, and in 84 we have your go to start the cue card.
Good copy.
EV2, I've got a couple steps for you to verify. You're not actually throwing any switches here, but just verify for me on the UIA that the depress power switch is in the off position.
Depress pump power switch OFF.
Okay, copy OFF, and one more verified step that the depress pump enable LED is on.
Enable is on, ON.
All right, that's the completion of this, and I'm moving into the crew lock depress cue card if you want to follow along.
I'm tracking.
All right, step one on the crew lock depress cue card on the UIA, and they'll go ahead and take the depress pump power switch to on.
Currently on. Depress pump power switch.
We're going to count 10 seconds. All right, that's a good 10 seconds. Step two, you're going to take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open. You can expect to get an alert tone.
Depress pump manual isolation valve open.
All right, continue to monitor your suit P gauge. Stays below 5.5, and if it hits 5.5 or greater, go ahead and let us know. Stop the depress and let us know if the gauge gets above 5.5.
V1.
82.
So with those procedures that were read out from Jack Hathaway communicating with Anil Menon, as well as the teams here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, we have received the go for depressurization of the crew lock, which on the other side of that hatchway, you can see through the window the flag of NASA astronaut, or one of the astronauts, Anil Menon and Jessica Meir. The crew lock started closer to sea level, about 14.5 pounds per square inch. It is currently falling, and a little more than 11.8 pounds per square inch at the moment. We'll continue to monitor this depressurization of the crew lock. Of course, the teams inside and Menon and Meir will also monitor their spacesuits and safety systems as the depressurization takes place, along with Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, who you see in the foreground. And again, depressurization of the crew lock is underway just shortly before the start of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, now approaching 10 pounds per square inch. We welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control, Houston, as we are transferring communication satellites and bouncing between the two, and we will bring you back views inside the International Space Station as depressurization of the crew lock is underway ahead of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team you see before you, monitoring today's spacewalk. Flight Director Chris Dobbins joining in to his left. He will be the flight director for a future spacewalk, part of a busy month of August for the International Space Team and Spacewalk team. Stephanie Wilson, who just departed the screen, and she will be the spacewalk communicator working with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon through today's procedures. And Jack's astronaut Aki Hoshide on the top part of your screen, he will be the CAPCOM or capsule communicator and relaying communications to the Expedition 75 crew that remains inside of the International Space Station. And as we return aboard the International Space Station itself, the depressurization of the crew lock continuing and now approaching 8.5 pounds per square inch as Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno continue to monitor that depressurization. Now approaching 7.5 pounds per square inch inside of the crew lock, where Jessica Meir and Anil Menon preparing for today's spacewalk and the installation of hardware to the 3B mod kit and mass canister aboard the International Space Station in preparations for the rollout of a International Space Station rollout solar array to help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory. Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno supporting today's spacewalkers. Also monitoring from the orbiting laboratory. And as we sit this morning at this hour, the International Space Station currently flying over the South Pacific, about to make its way to the northwest portion of South America.
Houston on 1. We expect another 3 minutes until 5 psi.
Copy, 3 minutes. We're seeing about them pass through about 6.5 now, and EV1 and EV2, you can expect an alert tone at 6, and we'll check in with you again at 5 psi.
EV1, 2.
Communications with Jack Hathaway and the team here on the ground inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. And also relaying those comms to the 2 astronauts inside of the crew airlock as the depressurization continuing on. Now it's 6.3 pounds per square inch inside of that crew lock. Again, all of these procedures on the checklist ahead of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. And once the checkouts for both these suits and safety procedures for both Menon and Meir are complete, the hatch will open outside of the Quest airlock to welcome them out into the vacuum of space, and we'll await the call for the suits to be transferred to battery power, and that will again mark the official start time of today's spacewalk. Now approaching 5.5 pounds per square inch inside the crew lock, which is on the other side of that hatchway you see before you. Sophie Adno and Jack Hathaway also monitoring from the equipment lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station.
You guys are about 5.5 psi now. When we get to 5, we're going to have you do a step, so we're almost there.
Copy.
There you heard the commands that once we reach 5 psi inside of the crew lock, there will be additional commands and checkouts performed before continuing on with the depressurization to bring that crew lock down to vacuum and allow Jessica Meir and Anil Menon to exit the International Space Station.
All right, to EV2, if you'd reach out and put your hand on the depress pump manual isolation valve and move it to the closed position, you'll get an alert tone.
Depress man ISO valve is closed.
We're just going to watch for a second, watch the pressure stabilize. All right, we see you guys stable at 5 for EV1 and EV2. On your DCMs, take your display switch into status until you see leak check ? Then a long yes, and follow the displayed instructions. Let us know when you're done.
EV1.
EV2.
Now the crew lock continuing to hold stable at close to 5 psi, pounds per square inch, as Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno working with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon through today's checkouts ahead of U.S. Spacewalk 96, and of course monitoring from the ground as well and communicating some of these checkouts are today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 team. And there you see in the navy blue suit right in the middle of your screen is Daya, the flight director for today's spacewalk, and his Momentum flight team overseeing everything.
EV2 leak check complete, going to EVA.
Copy, 2 good leak checks, and then step 6, let us know when you guys are in EVA. Copy, EV1 EVA.
EV2 EVA.
The EV2 EVA. And EV2, if you take the depressed pump manual isolation valve to open, you should get an alert tone.
Depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
Copy that. Sophie's going to take the emergency MPEV out here to open. All right, the emergency MPEV is open out here. Both of you monitor your suit P gauge, stay below 5.5, and let us know if it doesn't.
EV1.
EV2.
Two good leak checks reported by NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon as they are inside the crew lock of the Quest airlock with support from Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, as we have now resumed the depressurization of the crew lock ahead of today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, as we approach now 4 pounds per square inch, bringing down that crew lock from about 14.5 all the way down to vacuum. And from here, we'll continue to monitor on the ground with the flight control team, the Momentum flight, and flight director Daya, and stand by as we get ready to begin the official start of today's EVA. And again, that'll occur when the suits are moved over to battery power for both Menon and Meir. But at the current moment, the pressure continuing to drop inside of the crew lock, now approaching 3.5 pounds per square inch. Pressure inside the crew lock continuing to fall, now approaching 3 pounds per square inch.
Decreasing through 3.0 psi. Our next step's at 2.0 psi.
Again, the crew continuing to work with the teams on the ground and the 2 astronauts for today's spacewalk, and Jessica Meir and Anil Menon through their spacewalk pre-spacewalk procedures. And we heard that the next round of procedures will come as we near closer to 2 pounds per square inch, currently at 2.75. Again, we welcome you to the live coverage of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 as depressurization of the crew lock inside of the Quest airlock well underway, now approaching close to 2.10 pounds per square inch, monitored on your screens by Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno.
2.0 psi. If you'd reach out, put your hand on the depress pump manual isolation valve and move it to the closed position.
Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
All right, we're looking at the pressure for a second or two. Right, and on the UIA EV2, you can take the depress pump power switch to the off position.
Press pump power switch is off. OFF.
Copy off OFF. It's been great working with you guys. We'll see you in a couple hours. Houston, you got them.
Thank you so much, Jack and Sophie.
Thanks, guys.
Good morning. Jessica and Anil, thank you, Jack and Sophie. We are ready for your initial tether configurations for egress.
Morning, Stephanie. I can start the tether config. I have my waist tether on my right side on my mini workstation, and I have the small hook on my right steering extender gate closed slider lock. I have my anchor hook also on my workstation. I can see that my green reel is unlocked. My yellow hook is on the green reel, that's gate closed slider lock. My red reel is unlocked, and I can see my green hook is on the red reel that is unlocked. I have a Mills anchor hook also on the red reel that is gate closed slider locked. I can see his green reel is unlocked. And I can see his yellow hook on his green reel, gate closed slider locked. And I can see his red reel. So that's just disappearing out of my view. And now can you see the rest of yours?
Yes, red reel's unlocked, and the green hook is on the red reel unlocked. Starting from my left E-ring extender, I see the small hook of my left waist tether. Closed lock, black on black. It's attached to the large hook of the airlock waist tether. Both hooks are closed lock, black on black. And that small hook goes to the airlock D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black. My right waist tether is attached to the D-ring extender, closed lock, black on black with the small hook. The large hook is unlocked on my NWF, and my red hook is on my right D-ring direct. It's closed lock, black on black.
And we copy all. We need EV1's red hook.
The red hook is gate closed slider lock on my right D-ring extender.
Two good tether configs for EV1 and EV2. Thank you. When crew lock DPDT is about 0, EV crew expect an alert tone.
Thank you.
Communications from the team here on the ground in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, relaying information shared with today's NASA astronaut and spacewalkers, Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. That was Stephanie Wilson, the voice you heard on the ground after communications was officially handed over. And thanks to Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno of NASA and ESA, respectively, for preparing both Menon and Meir for today's spacewalk. Currently inside the crew lock where those two astronauts reside, approaching a 1.30 pounds per square inch. And the view you see right now, an external camera aboard the International Space Station looking at the Quest airlock. So as the crew continues to work through its safety tether procedures is what you heard. And again, safety checkouts will be quite often occurring during today's spacewalk. We will await the suits for both astronauts to be turned on to battery power, and that'll officially mark the beginning of today's spacewalk to install a mod kit on the 3B mass canister to set up for the rollout of an International Space Station rollout solar array to help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory. Depressurization of the crew lock continuing to occur as we now are approaching 1 pound per square inch inside of that crew lock of the Quest airlock, which you see the external views of outside of the International Space Station. Right now, the International Space Station orbiting 260 miles above the Earth, currently passing over the Atlantic Ocean. We'll stand by and continue to monitor the falling of that pressure inside the crew lock, now about to hit 1 pound per square inch, and await for the calls to have the crew and Jessica Meir and Anil Menon switch their suits onto battery power. And then we'll begin the procedures to begin opening the hatch. And for Jessica Meir, that will begin what will be her 6th spacewalk of her career, her 3rd on her current time aboard the International Space Station. And for Anil Menon, this will be his very first venture out into space. We welcome you to today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 outside of the International Space Station, featuring NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon as the depressurization of the crew lock continuing onward, now under 1 pound per square inch, 0.88 pounds per square inch currently is the depressurization moving forward. Everything so far in their pre-spacewalk procedures have gone by the book. With the pre-breathe, the install of the safer and Medox canisters, the crew moved from the equipment lock to the crew lock. Additional safety checkouts and procedures performed by both the astronauts themselves and their support groups, both Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno aboard the International Space Station offering assistance, as well as the teams here in Mission Control Houston.
Airlock Houston, we are tracking about 4.5 minutes to 0.
Good.
And with that communication, the relay from Stephanie Wilson up to the crew is that they are now tracking about 4.5 minutes until that crew lock will reach 0, the vacuum of space. And we continue to monitor and follow along with the process. But again, next steps from here will be the crew moving their suits, their spacewalk suits, to battery power to begin the formal beginning of today's spacewalk. And then the go will be given to open up the hatch thermal covers and the hatch itself before beginning their egress to begin today's spacewalk. And again, today's spacewalk performed by Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. They will exit the Quest airlock here in only a few more moments, and that will begin their journey to install hardware that will modify the station's 3B power channel and prepare it for future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array. And that solar array will be scheduled for delivery a little bit later this year aboard NASA's SpaceX's 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. It will be the 7th IROSA and will provide additional power to support critical station operations, including its safe and controlled deorbit. Now, 2 minutes relayed to the pounds per square inch to reach 0, the vacuum of space, currently sitting at 0.68. Part of today's EVA tasks are to install the mod kit, the construction of the mod kit for the 3B mast canister, and route the IROSA cables necessary to then power up that future IROSA and connect it to those power channels for the space station. And of course, for Anil Menon and Jessica Meir, set up that mast canister and the 3B mod kit to a good configuration, a good position for that future EVA and eventual rollout of the solar array. Continuing to monitor along the depressurization of the crew lock of the Quest airlock, which inside the view you see here of the Quest airlock is NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, approaching 0.60 pounds per square inch as it is being brought down to vacuum. All initial checks and safety checkouts have gone by the book, and we'll await the commands from the team here on the ground in support of today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 for instruction to move their spacesuits to battery power, which will bring the official start of today's spacewalk, and then the commands to begin opening the hatch thermal cover and begin egress or exiting procedures to move into the vacuum of space. And for Jessica Meir, again, this will be her 6th spacewalk of her career, the 3rd of her current mission as a member of NASA SpaceX's Crew 12 and the current International Space Station commander. And she will add to what has already become an impressive total of time out in space, 36 hours and 6 minutes as it stands this moment. And for Anil Menon, who just arrived to the orbiting laboratory only a few weeks ago after launching on July 14th as a member of the Soyuz MS-29 crew. This is his first space flight, and this will be his first adventure outside into the vacuum of space. And for today's 3B mod kit installation, we mentioned that this would be a part of a package deal that will be brought up to IROSAs and pairs on the NASA SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. The 7th IROSA set will be a part of the 2A mod kit channel that was completed in portions back in March of 2026 and beginning in May of 2025. And then for this 3B power channel mod kit, it would be the 8th rollout solar array to make its way out of the International Space Station. now reaching 0.50 pounds per square inch, half a pound per square inch as it currently stands inside of the crew lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. As we continue to methodically bring that down to zero, to the vacuum of space, before NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon will begin today's 96th U.S. spacewalk and install the IROSA mod kit on the 3B mass canister.
Airlock Houston, we see crew lock P less than 0.5. We are ready for you to verify EV hatch gauge.
And now I'm coming left a little bit toward your feet to reset.
I'm moving my feet up.
I see negative 0.4.
That is a good number. You have a go to open the EV hatch and stow it.
Communication is there as the team has received the go to open the EV hatch. As Jessica Meir radioing down to the team here in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. That is now in work as we are under now 0.20 pounds per square inch inside of the crew lock, and we'll wait the call to hear that crew switch their suits to battery power, formally begin today's EVA or spacewalk, extravehicular activity. And then from there, the views you see on your screen, the external cameras on board the International Space Station will begin to see movement and eventual exiting and egressing of the two NASA astronauts.
A little bit toward you.
Yes. I'm moving the cable bag out of your way to create space.
Okay, the hatch is open. I'm just trying to slide it back to the hatch. Keith?
Yep. Okay, you should have more space for your feet. You have about a foot if you need to go a foot. Body.
Okay, I got the right position now. Got it. Thank you. All right, hatch is open.
Copy, hatch open. For Jack and Sophie, take emergency MPEV to closed.
MPEV closed.
Copy that. That completes crew lock depress. Moving on to post depress. On your DCMs, take your power switches to bat. Stagger switch those, expecting a warning tone.
Okay, copy, in work. Power that.
Power is back.
Take display switches to Pro to verify functional display.
V1 functional.
EV2 functional.
On the UIA, take power EV1, EV2, two switches to off, OFF.
V1 power off. V2 power off.
Copy,
Expected
check.
water off message.
Copy expected water off message. Check power EV1, EV2 LEDs, 4 of them off, OFF.
4 off, OFF.
EV1 has the expected CP high.
Also copy expected suit P high. On your DCMs, disconnect the SCU from the DCM and install the DCM cover.
Work.
Ten seconds, 20-second handover.
the LOS, but EV1 has SCU disconnected and in the pouch, and DCM covers up.
EV2 is disconnected into the pouch, DCM cover is up.
Copy all EV1, EV2. On the crew lock, check depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
On your DCMs, take temperature control valves to max hot.
EV1 max hot.
Two max hot.
Take water switch to on.
EV1 water on.
EV2 water on.
Check DCM blank, bite off.
DCM blank, bite off.
DCM blank, bite off.
Take your temperature control valves as you desire and report the settings to us.
Thank you for joining us for today's live coverage of
EV2 set at 7.
Copy EV16, EV27. Please report all subsequent TCV changes to us. Report suit P gauge pressure.
EV1 4.2 on the 50 gauge.
EV2 is 4.2 gauge.
Copy 4.2 for both EV1 and EV2 on the suit P gauge. You can set your visors as required for day.
EV2.
And we have good suit parameters on the ground. We will take the airlock VRIB step also from the ground. That completes post-depress. Jessica, we are ready for you to open the hatch thermal cover. Release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring. Attach the hook to the stowage tether point and cinch the strap until snug. Confirm 6 lines visible.
Okay, copy and work.
And we again welcome you to today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96. We're just a couple of moments ago at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern. The suits to NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have been switched on to battery power. They just completed their post-depress checklist that you heard in communication with Spacewalk communicator Stephanie Wilson, you see on your screen here, sitting next to Flight Director Ronak Dave. So again, the official start time of today's Spacewalk, 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern, as the International Space Station was flying over Germany.
You can egress the airlock and turn on your HECA.
We are currently experiencing communications handovers between satellites as expected, and the team is monitoring, so we will keep things here inside of Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, as the team's actively working through today's pre-spacewalk procedures. Steve Villano, the lead spacewalk officer, along with Drew Burr and Lucas Winder, the spacewalk task officers to support today, along with Matt Hahn, the spacesuit support team, and Andrew Francis and his airlock support team. We also heard commands on Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut currently in work to...
I have a tether down, and I have my HECA turned on.
And as we regain communication and receive views, there we see Jessica Meir outside of the Quest airlock as she has now formally begun her 6th spacewalk of her career. And we will monitor Jessica's progress through today. You can see towards the top of her backpack the portable life support system, the red stripes.
On your BRT taped towards your head, and you can use an adjustable from your mini workstation as a load alleviating strap as desired for translation.
And copies.
Jet bag is between the hatch and the staging bag, so it's going to take me a second to try to free that.
Okay, take your time. I'm getting my BRT ready.
So Jessica Meir now outside of the Quest airlock. NASA astronaut Anil Menon still inside. For Jessica, she mentioned the BRT. That is the body restraint tether that creates and provides greater body positioning and stability. And that is when working in close proximity to the International Space Station and being able to retain the use of both of her hands. And she will need that because Anil Menon is going to hand her the strut bag for today's spacewalk. That consists of 6 struts and a mounting base for the future use of an International Space Station rollout solar array. And that bag, quite large, 8 feet in long, and weighing here on Earth what would be 330 pounds. And that mass will be handed over to Jessica Meir to then have connected to her suit. And then once that is handed over, Anil Menon will make his way out of the hatchway and get his first views and begin officially his first spacewalk.
Right there. I'm going to try to rotate to the handle side. Handle yet. Keep turning it that direction.
Yep, I can.
Okay, I've got my hand on the handle.
Okay.
And I'm going to get my BRT ret on it. Pause there. I have my BRT ret on it. I'm going to release this. Have the ret side actually.
I do have the. I can easily release the ret if you'd like me to.
You can go ahead. I have it ready.
Is released.
I copy. I'm going to pull it out a little bit more. Okay, hold it there.
We get our first views from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir outside of the Quest airlock, being handed the strut bag for today's U.S. spacewalk. Being handed over to her from NASA astronaut Anil Menon. And you can see those body restraint tethers attached to the side of the space station. And there in the background, you can see the solar array wing and the Northrop Grumman NG-24 vehicle and cargo craft attached to the station. And again, that strut bag, quite large, 8 feet long, weighing over 300 pounds, that has now been handed over to Jessica Meir. So Jessica Meir continuing to maneuver her body and the strut bag for today's spacewalk. And you can see on the handle of that strut bag for 3B, that is the task for today's spacewalk, to install the IROSA mod kit on the 3B mass canister for her and NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
The adjustable, and I'm putting that over to my mini workstation for some extra maneuverability.
And this view again from the helmet cams, the HECA cams from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
Bag transfer to EV1 is next.
No copies. In
Okay.
place.
I'm going to refine this bag, I think, a little bit after, come out a little bit more. I like the position I'm in right now to receive the cable bag.
Okay. My handle's coming out first. And give me some station coordinate directions to get it to you.
Wait, stand by. I'm going to get a rep. Stay right there. I'm going to get my red on it.
All right, no problem. I
Can you
can
come down a little bit more? Yeah, I'm going to try to get a red. I wanted to get a red on the other side.
On the other side, I can help you with that. Hold on. Easier? Handle feature with you.
Yeah, I've got a ret on it. You can release that ret.
Okay. It is off, and I'm putting it on the UIA. It is now on the left side of the UIA and out of the way.
We copy the tether config, and that EV1 has the cable bag. EV2 for met rate, we would like you to pause a couple minutes in the airlock before egressing.
Copies, pause.
So, no, just to plan out this egress, I am immediately on the forward side. I have the strut bag on my left and the cable bag on my right. The cable bag is out of your way, I think, but it's just kind of underneath the hatch. You can see it.
I can see it.
But if you come out and then go straight aft, we should be in good position.
I'll do that. I think a driver for the net rate might be I had to really get that net bag from behind the hatch.
Copy. Copy.
We understand. That's why it's notated as EV3 in the
that
procedures. It's a big bag.
Yeah, and I think on that egress, that was what was preventing me from closing the hatch all the way. I couldn't see above it. Sorry, from opening all the way. Then we got past it.
Astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon working through their procedures. We are now 15 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96. And there you see Jessica Meir on the outside of the Quest airlock and her indicators on the cuff of her pants, the red stripes, the cable bag that houses all the cables, tethers, and necessary equipment for today's spacewalk. To her right-hand side, to her left, are key components for today's work. Outside on the 3B mass canister, where her and Anil Menon will install a mod kit to that canister and set up for the future installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array that will provide additional power to support critical space station operations. So Meir currently outside of the airlock, Menon still inside as they have transferred the appropriate equipment bags and are currently pausing for a moment before Anil Menon will make his way out of the Quest airlock and get those first views of what is now 15 minutes into his very first spacewalk.
EV2, nice work on the pause. We show good met rates continue. You have a go to egress the airlock.
Go to egress.
And with that communication, we are seeing the first movements of Anil Menon out of the Quest airlock. as he will join Jessica Meir. So now both Menon and Meir have exited the Quest airlock. Meir, with the red stripes on her cuff of her pants, closest to this camera view. Anil Menon just on the other side to her right, as they will continue to maneuver into position. They have already transferred today's equipment and tools necessary, the cable bag and the strut bag, for the installation of the mod kit on the 3B mass canister. And then soon they will step into buddy checks, and that is when they will look over each other's spacesuits and check in on each other, make sure everything is okay before proceeding on with today's spacewalk.
And if you have the handle handy. Here we go.
So the official start time of today's spacewalk, 7:33 a.m. Central Time, is when the suits were transitioned over to a battery power, and we are now 19 minutes into U.S. Spacewalk 96.
Once you get a red on it, you can release that.
Okay, my red is on it, and it's on my BRT as well.
Okay, I can't reach my right now. You can push it to me, or you can get it off.
I think given this position, I'm going to rotate towards you.
Okay, I see it. Stand by right there. I've got my red off.
Thank you for the help.
Copy. Nice work between the two of you on that choreography. Jessica, when you're ready, 10, the hatch thermal cover closed. And you'll turn on your HECA when you have...
open until...
Okay.
You just want it partially closed? Definitely.
Yes, it's just a partial tending it in the closed direction.
Okay, copy, inward.
And Anil, you can turn on your HECA when you have an opportunity, and after that is buddy checks.
Bill's HECA is on.
Copy.
The thermal cover, could you move those tethers a little bit?
Bring them. Go. Here.
The tandem of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have now successfully exited the Quest airlock and are closing the thermal hatch cover. Jessica Meir would depart first. Anil Menon would hand her the cable bag and strut bag for today's US EVA and spacewalk.
Let me move the cable bag out of my way. Ready for buddy check.
Okay, I'm looking at you. I see that your green HECA light is on. Your lights are not on yet, so you can go ahead and turn those on. I see 1, 2, 3 taps, and I see both of your safer handles are down.
Okay. I'm looking at you. I see 1 green light. I see 3 taps up. And can you roll to your left? Can you...
Sorry?
Other way. to 2 handles down.
Okay, and I have a dry half, and I'm going to give a baseline glove check. Gloves look nominal. I have a small black smudge on the middle finger of my left hand, on the tip.
I've got dry half and 2 good gloves.
Copy. Good buddy checks, good hap, and good gloves. And for EV1, we copy nominal with the small black smudge on the finger.
Okay, and the thermal cover is not going to stay closed with the tether coming out there. Do you want us to try to get it closed again?
Jessica, we're happy with the config. Yeah, we just wanted it tended closed, but we're happy with the config. We are ready for you to start translation. I have 2 cautions for you both and 1 caution for EV1. Avoid inadvertent contact with deployed test cable, zenith and nadir cedar rails to prevent kinks, folds, or real issues. Avoid contact with radiator and flex hoses. And for EV1, keep translation rates below 0.7 feet per second with the strut bag on your BRT.
EV1 copies.
EV2 copies.
Hey, Neil. You doing?
Great.
All right.
Yeah, I can do all the adaptations while you translate.
Sounds like a plan.
We concur with that plan. Please verify as part of your buddy checks you saw good tools and tethers on both crew.
Confirmed.
The tools and tethers on Anil. And a reminder, we've got our slingshot here, so all those wheels are in the middle. I don't see any twists that we don't need.
Concur. Good tools and tethers.
Hey, copy.
Copy. Good tools and tethers. Jessica, you are en route to the anchor hook locations on S1. For Anil, for translation adaptation, you can attempt a body rotation, pitch yaw roll, various hand grips, stable light fingertip hand between handrail and structure, translation without rotation, and attaching local tether and releasing both hands. We are also about 50 seconds to a handover.
Neil, copies all.
Side-by-side views of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and Anil Menon as they have just recently completed their buddy checks after exiting or egressing the Quest airlock, successfully handling over the tools. Some of the procedures they went through is to make sure their tethers were attached properly, their safers were in a good setup, and also their HAPs, the helmet absorption pad, the safety device developed by NASA to address any possible risks of water inside the helmets. Everything went well as we now welcome you back inside the International Space Station flight control room, where the teams on the ground continuing to monitor the progress of today's spacewalk, as we are now 26 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting into today's 96th U.S. spacewalk. We're currently switching over communications satellites, and we will bring you back those live views and communications with the NASA astronauts, Ronak Dave and the Momentum flight team overseeing today's spacewalk.
The anchor hook location for EV1's anchor is handrail 3217, the zenith side.
Hey, 3217.
And for EV2, for your translation adaptation period. We are still seeing met rates a little bit high, so we'd like you to perform the translation adaptation that you need, but be sure to build in a rest before beginning translation for the procedure.
Copies. Thanks for the feedback. Will do.
As we return to views from the helmet cams of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. This is Jessica Meir's camera as she is translating across or moving around the International Space Station in preparation for receiving additional equipment necessary for today's spacewalk to install the 3B mast mod kit on the 3B mast canister. The International Space Station currently in an orbital nighttime, so the cameras aboard the spacesuits are now on as the space station now crossing over the Indian Ocean, about to pass over the west coast of Australia at 266 statute miles above Earth. And that is a view of Anil Menon that is still close to the Quest airlock, continuing his translation adaptation as necessary. As for Jessica Meir, continuing to make her way across the space station in preparation for today's install. And side-by-side views, there you see Anil Menon and his helmet cam looking back into the International Space Station in the Quest airlock on the right-hand side. As for Jessica Meir on the left, continuing her movements across the space station. As the two will be working in tandem today to install that 3B mast, or the mod kit to the 3B mast canister.
I am at the starboard seat of cart, going very slowly with the strap bag, and I'm going to come find our handrail.
Copy, EV1.
And again, side by side.
17, I'm going to put my anchor on 3217.
Houston concurs.
My anchor hook is on 3217, gate closed, slider left.
We copy, Jessica. Good load path for EV1.
"31 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 as Anil Menon still in his translation adaptation near the Quest airlock, and you're hearing communications between Jessica Meir and the teams on the ground as Jessica has arrived to a crew equipment translation aid cart, a seat cart. And those carts that Jessica has arrived at is offering a method to help translate or help move large pieces of equipment. And for Jessica Meir today in her spacewalk, currently tethered to her spacesuit is an 8-foot strut bag with a mass of 300 pounds, over 300 pounds.
Choose anchor hook is on 3215, gate closed, slider locked.
Copy all, Jessica. Good load path for EV2. You can give EV2 a go to release the waist tether.
All right, EV2, I see a good load path here. Have a go to release.
Copy, go.
Do I have a go to continue my translation starboard?
Yes, and while you're translating, I have 2 cautions and a warning to read. Do not translate on Sarge DLA. Do not load DLA cable under MLI. Avoid contact with ECU and SSU on unlatched BGA mass canisters. The one warning, avoid inadvertent contact with grapple fixture targets and target pins to prevent suit damage.
On copies.
33.5 minutes into today's spacewalk as we get side-by-side views of the helmet cams of Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
Closing the thermal cover. Thank you.
Cover is closed.
Copy closed. Translate to port CETA cart with 2 for the WIFX bundling to the cable bag.
Port translating now. E2.
So for Jessica Meir on the left-hand side of your screen, a CETA cart that will help offer her extra support in maneuvering large pieces of equipment, much like the 8-foot-long, 330-pound strut bag that is attached to her space suit. And you just heard commands for NASA astronaut Anil Menon on the right-hand side to begin translation to another crew equipment cart to pick up a WIFX, a worksite interface extender. And this will allow the crew member to reach work sites that are not easily accessible with the articulating portable foot restraint. We'll hear a lot of those acronyms here soon as well. The APFR, and this WIFX with the APFR adds additional length and maneuverability that will be necessary to help out with today's spacewalk activities. And again, these crew members will be installing an IROSA mod kit on the 3B mass canister of the International Space Station. They will build an upper triangle portion, attach the right and left struts to connect that upper triangle, which also contains the mounting bracket for today's EVA and future IROSA or International Space Station rollout solar relay install. They'll route the cables and then set up that stage for the future EVA that will see the installation of that rollout solar array.
E2 is at CETA rails.
Copy EV2. And for EV1 for translation at S4, follow the keel side non-radiator edge. There's an optional fair lead on the non-radiator side of the grapple fixture per your preference. You are en route to your green hook location on X6, on S6, handrail 2042.
Yeah.
That is NASA astronaut Anil Menon with the cable bag attached to his left, currently translating along the truss of the International Space Station, where he will pick up some additional equipment necessary for today's spacewalk.
EV2 is at the feeder cart.
Copy EV2 at the feeder cart.
So he has arrived, Anil Menon. You just heard to the CETA cart, that again, the crew equipment translation aid cart. And that is where a lot of the extra equipment outside of the International Space Station and orbital replacement units also could be found.
And you're doing great. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
It is on this CETA cart that Anil Menon will pick up a WIFEX, a work site interface extender that'll help add extra length and maneuverability with the articulating portable foot restraint that the astronauts use to lock their feet into place as they will work on the 3B mast canister and the 3B mod kit for today's spacewalk. And you can see the ties that are angling off that cable bag. That is where he will bundle that WIFEX extender. A view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Anil Menon, as that is the worksite interface extender that he is currently manipulating and maneuvering, that he just removed from the CETA cart. And he will now bundle to the cable bag that he has in tow.
And we copy, per your discretion.
And by bundling, he will take those wire ties that are attached to the cable bag to secure it before maneuvering any further in today's spacewalk tasks.
Is secured. Extender is secured.
We copy. You have the your bundle of joy now, the WIFEX bundle to the cable bag. And next is translation to S6 IEA. Prior to crossing the Sarge, check gauntlets in place.
My met rate in.
And this is a good pace here. You're doing a nice job.
Okay, gauntlets are down, and I'm headed out.
I'm at 2042, Stephanie. I'm working on my green hook.
Copy that. Inboard stanchion.
Just over 41 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, as NASA astronaut Anil Menon has successfully bundled the worksite interface extender to the cable bag. And now we'll translate across or move across the International Space Station to the IEA, the Integrated Equipment Assembly.
Copy. Good config. Nice job. Next, stow the strut bag on the outboard non-radiator corner of the IEA using handrails 2045, 2071, and 2070. Tape towards the mass canister.
I'm headed there.
Handrail towards the center of the IEA.
very happy to go to strut bag.
Yes, you also have an opportunity to drop your bundle of joy.
All right, EV2 has passed the MT, and it's 1,000 times easier than in the pool.
Ultra.
Copy all. For EV2, for your translation at S4, you'll follow the keel side non-radiator edge, also optional fair lead per your discretion on the keel side of the grapple fixture. En route to stowing the cable bag on the inboard non-radiator corner of S6.
Copy, non-radiator side, optional fair lead, EV2 copy.
"45 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 as NASA astronauts Jess Meir and Anil Menon continue preparations for the construction of the 3B mod kit, the mass canister of the International Space Station. After exiting the Quest airlock and doing quick body checks, they would begin their movements across the station to pick up additional equipment necessary, including the WIFX worksite interface extender, also a quick stop off at the crew equipment translation aid cart or CETA cart, and that helps them move large equipment across the International Space Station as needed. And part of that equipment does include an 8-foot-long, 330-pound strut bag that is a part of today's spacewalk activities. And now the two making their way to an IEA that you may have heard in communications with the team on the ground here at Mission Control, the Integrated Equipment Assembly. And that's the assembly of several power system orbital replacement units, or ORUs, that transform and control power from the solar array wing to the power channel. So direct access to some of the tasks required for that future rollout of an International Space Station rollout solar array.
We copy. That hook on 2071 is the large, small, adjustable large hook.
Small adjustable on 2071.
The crew currently working in an orbital nighttime for the International Space Station, which orbits Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and sunset every 45. And you see lights off the helmet cameras of the two NASA astronauts. You see Jessica Meir ever so faintly off on the left-hand side. And you can identify her by the red stripes on the cuff of her pant leg of her spacesuit today. And for Anil Menon in the foreground, you see his helmet lights really shining and reflecting off of the International Space Station, as those two will be working in tandem to build today's modification kit to the 3B mass canister. Now 48 minutes into today's U.S. spacewalk, as you continue to see Anil Menon and Jessica Meir, two NASA astronauts, continuing their preparations for the installation of a modification kit to the 3B mast canister. And with that, I am thrilled to welcome in colleague and friend of NASA Communications, Ken Appel, for additional commentary.
Jessica, I'm here. I got eyes on 2039 and 2042.
Those are good handrails for EV2 for the cable bag.
Stephanie, I've got this third strap on 2045.
Copy, third strap 2045. Nice work stowing the strut bag. At your convenience or when you're ready, we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check. We also would like to check that your HECA green light is on.
This way I can check.
I see my green light. Light is on. And I have a dry hat. And still no change to gloves.
No change to gloves, dry hat, gauntlets down, check, good green light on your HECA for EV1.
Sure.
For EV1, we would like a power cycle on your HECA. Anil, as you work to stow the cable bag with the handrail towards the center of the IAA, we'd like you to take a few minute pause.
Clarification, you want me to pause now or continue with bag stow?
After the bag stow. So once you've got the bag stowed, friendly reminder handrail towards the center of the IAA, then we'd like you to pause.
And I will cycle my HECA in just 1 second.
Copy.
HECA is off, and I need to wait a certain number of seconds to just right back on.
Right back on for the HECA power cycle.
Back on, and I see a good green light again.
Copy. Thank you. With that work, Jessica, we are ready for you to begin working to build the upper triangle. Open the strap bag, securing the straps as needed. Retrieve the mounting bracket from the strap bag, keeping that tethered to the bag, and you may lock out the ret if required.
Cable bag is fully stowed. 3 locations tied down for stability. Taking a pause.
We copy. Nice work. Also saw the WIFX on your BRT. We still would like you to pause for met rates. Thank you.
I'm going to increase my TCV during this pause. We'll report.
Copy.
I have the mounting bracket out, and I'm going to retrieve the upper right strap.
Copy. Upper right struts under straps 3 and 4.
TCV set to 8 for EV2.
Copy. TCV 8 for EV2. Thank you.
Stephanie, just for feedback from the team, when I do something like install an APFR, I'm going to try to do it a little bit slower. It seems like when I take action, it pops my met rate, so I'll just maybe slow down those procedural steps a little bit.
And we copy, Anil. We think it'll stabilize as you ingress the APFR and work throughout the EVA. We're just trying to be conservative with the pacing.
Let me know if that hypothesis is accurate. Else I'll just continue doing as I'm doing until the APFR with your pauses.
And your hypothesis is correct.
If your pause is close enough by here, you could help me stabilize this mounting bracket. Up to the team on what they want to do there.
Hey, I don't know if you caught that. Do you want me to help Jessica stabilize the mounting bracket while paused?
Anil, yes, you can help Jessica stabilize the struts. We're almost done with the pause, and once we show good met rates, we'll get you moving.
Want to help, Jessica?
Let's see when we're ready to pause, and we'll make a call then.
Okay. Popping my visor.
For Anil, we show good met rates. We're ready for you to translate to your green hook location, S6, handrail 2029.
Under the green hook, handrail 2029.
It's a good copy.
Stephanie, I've got the lip underneath the guide here, lining up the black lines. See if I can try to hand start it all.
Jessica, we copy. And Anil, as you translate, there are 3 cautions. Do not translate on the S6 PVR base handrail. Avoid inadvertent contact with PVR pit pin near PFCS. Battery adapter plate cables on IEA or potential snag hazards.
All copies. pausing for tether cleanup.
We copy.
Stephanie, this is kind of a three-handed operation to try to line these up, keep them both in position, and then go for my PGT. So any suggested strategies are welcome.
I'm right here in case you need to pivot now.
Copy, checking.
The thing is, Jessica, once I get the APFR install, I'll eventually be able to help them too.
That trying to stabilize two free-floating objects, then get the PGT is a challenge.
This is Mission Control Houston, and if you're just joining us, we're covering U.S. Spacewalk 96 that began at 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern this morning. We are currently just over an hour into today's spacewalk, and all procedures have gone by the book. Actually, a bit ahead of schedule this morning, about 10 minutes or so.
2029 reel unlocked. Also double check on the outboard.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays. Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support critical station operations.
That handrail is not.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, who you see on your screen, are currently assembling the upper triangle, which is the first portion of today's construction. This assembly consists of the IROSA mounting bracket and two struts that'll connect to the 3B canister.
37.
For Jessica, for help stabilizing the two parts of the upper triangle, the mounting bracket and the upper...
Live view on your screen of NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
Try to clamp the mounting bracket with the upper strut, hold it together and pinch it in that way. You also might be able to use tethers from the either adjustables or tethers in the bag to hold the mounting bracket in place as you're working to align the upper strut with it.
I've got it aligned now, so I think I'm in a pretty good spot to get my PGT. Well, I can take PGT settings.
PGT settings, Bravo 3, clockwise 2. And this is the EV3 PGT. It is the PGT from the strut bag.
Oh, that's right.
With the 2-inch rigid.
So as you just heard, that we are over an hour into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, an hour and 7 minutes to be exact, as NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir have maneuvered into position to today's work site, the mass canister, to start construction of the 3B mod kit on that same mass canister. The upper triangle is the initial stages of that construction, which includes the mounting bracket for the future International Space Station rollout solar array, and then two upper struts, and when angled together will create that triangle with the point connecting to the mass canister that will, a mounting bracket that will attach to the mass canister. And then they will move into constructing the right and left struts to further secure this modification kit to the International Space Station. And with this view, you see the teams working in tandem together, and you had a great view there. And then now in the hands of Jessica Meir, who in this view looks like she is upside down, but we can identify her due to the red stripes on her pants and backpack of her spacesuit, the portable life support system. She has the pistol grip tool, or PGT, the powered drill that will help assemble today's struts to the mounting bracket and attach it to the mass canister.
3 clockwise 2.
3 clockwise 2.
Drive M13 and M14, 4 turns.
Actually, looks like I was successful in getting a hand set on M13, probably about a half a turn.
Copy, half a turn, M13.
Yeah, I'm at WIF 37.
With 37, the WIF-X takes a clocking of 6.
And there you see in action the pistol grip tool securing one of the upper struts to the mounting bracket. The mounting bracket, the more vertical portion in Jessica Meir's left hand, the strut portion that will go from the bracket to the mass canister on the right hand side, and using that pistol grip tool to start securing the pins and bolts as they continue to work through procedures to build again the upper triangle. And a part of this construction consists of 6 struts. You have the 2 struts that'll help build this triangle, but you also have the right struts, a mid strut and a lower strut, and then also mirror that on the left-hand side, a mid and lower, so 6 in total. That will be needed to construct this modification kit to the 3B mast canister.
I've got a hand start, 1.5 turns on M14. And then the struts are right behind you.
Me to move? Or is that?
No, it's just a caution for you.
Okay.
Copy, 1.5 turns, M14.
Did another 2.5 turns on the PGT. So that's 13 and 14. I can see there's definitely still a lot of play. There'd be that much play with 4 turns. Should I get any additional?
This is as expected. We copy a 4 turns total on M14.
And verify the tab is in the groove.
Verify the tab is in the groove.
Tab is in the groove, and I can no longer see the first black line.
We copy, that's a good config. Next, retrieve the left upper strut from the bag.
The left upper, and that'll be center pad first. And I'm going to change my settings first because I think this one is Bravo 1, correct?
That's correct. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 on the strut bag PGT, 20 seconds to a handover. 2 minutes to a handover.
Stephanie, the width extender is 6, off, 5, full twist test, black on black.
Copy 6, Golf 5. Black and color, black on black. Good pull twist test.
This is Mission Control Houston, and thank you once again for joining along for today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96. As you see on your screen, aboard the International Space Station, just on the exterior, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Meir with the red stripes around her pants and top of her portable life support system, and for Anil Menon, just off to her right-hand side.
We're ready for you to translate to with 31 to retrieve the APFR. So fair lead on handrail 2066. And you're moving zenith on the outboard side of the trunnion pin.
The outboard side is key, and I'm headed to with 31, the opposite side. Copy, fair lead 2066.
Good readback.
So tasks so far have included a full translation from the Quest airlock all the way to the 3B mod kit and power supply that the mod kit will then attach itself onto for the International Space Station rollout solar array. Jessica Meir, with some additional assistance from Anil Menon, have started the construction of the upper triangle, which you see Meir holding on to right there. But as we have transitioned communications between satellites, we welcome you back inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Center, Houston, Texas, as the Momentum Flight Team, manned by Daya, Flight Director, with Stephanie Wilson as the spacewalk communicator. That is her voice that is relaying instructions to Anil Menon and Jessica Meir. There you see her sitting just to the right-hand side of Daya. And to the right side of Stephanie Wilson is Aki Hoshide, the Capcom. He has taken over communications with the crew inside of the International Space Station and the Expedition at 75 team. And then for Daya, you can identify him in the Navy suit. Just to his left side is Flight Director Chris Dobbins, who is on tap for a future spacewalk coming up here quite shortly. Again, this is the first of 3 in the month of October, all outside of the International Space Station. Today, the 281st in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 6th in the career for Jessica Meir, and the very first for Anil Menon.
Houston's back with you. Jessica, how's it going with the left upper strut L2 clevis to the center pad L2?
I'm working on the clevis right now.
Excellent, thank you.
Now an hour and 15 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, as Jessica Meir on your screen there, still holding on to that mounting bracket and one of the struts attached to it, as her and Anil Menon continuing to proceed through today's construction of the 3B modification kit. Again, this modification kit will modify the station's 3B power channel and ultimately prepare it for the future installation of the International Space Station rollout solar array. For this 3B power channel specifically, once the pair of solar arrays arrive on NASA's SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission later this year, that'll bring the pair of IROSAs for future spacewalks to power up and connect to the 2A and 3B channels. So again, today, spacewalk addressing the 3B channel. 2 prior spacewalks helped construct what is the 2A channel on the International Space Station. Those were done back starting in May of 2025, thanks to NASA astronauts Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean. And the rest of that construction of that modification kit on the 2A channel was just this past March on U.S. Spacewalk 94, in which Jessica Meir, who you see on your screen there with the red stripes, was joined by NASA astronaut Chris Williams to complete that construction. But for today on the 3B mod kit, it'll be from start to finish, as again, they are working on that upper triangle. And you see Jessica Meir working with the strut bag, 8-foot long bag that contains the 6 struts and upper mounting bracket.
APFR is secure.
Copy. APFR is retrieved. Translate back to width 37 and install it in the WIFX with a clocking of 12.
Clocking at 12 in WIFX.
So there you heard NASA astronaut Anil Menon, who was sent off to retrieve the APFR, that is the articulating portable foot restraint that functions as a standing plate for the crew members to snap their boots into and lock themselves into place, and that helps them provide a hands-free, stable position for what will become some complex tasks ahead in constructing the remaining struts, attaching them to the mounting brackets, and then taking the other end of those struts and attaching them to the 3B mass canister. He will attach that APFR, or again, articulating a portable foot restraint, to the WIFX, which he obtained earlier in this spacewalk. And that WIFX helps add extra length and maneuverability to Anil Menon's future tasks ahead. So far, we are an hour and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Copy. Black line flush.
Upper triangle construction is well underway.
Left upper strut to grounding block on the center pad. And also verify the pip pin from the right upper strut is still installed in the grounding block on the center pad.
Can confirm that the right side is installed, and I'll work on the left.
Copy.
And just to your right, the mounting bracket's just to your right, just for your SA.
Okay. I'll stay tight.
And there you can see that upper triangle is starting to take shape, that mounting bracket, the base of the triangle, if you will, just off to the right-hand side, angling outward into the hands of Jessica Meir, as the right and left upper struts being assembled. And then soon they will add the center pad, which is the top point of that triangle, the one that is in Meir's hands at the moment. That is what will attach to the 3B mass canister.
MLI and center pad covering L2 clevis.
Jessica currently installing the left upper strut to the center pad, the portion that will attach to the 3B mass canister. And then complete the triangle. You can kind of see it just above Jessica's head. Again, she is the one with the red stripes on the cuff of her pants. And that will attach to the IROSA mounting bracket. And for Anil Menon, you see him off to the right-hand side, upside down from this vantage point. He has the articulating portable foot restraint that he is attaching to the WIFX.
MLI is installed.
Moving to APFR close to you.
See it? And Stephanie, am I okay now that this bolt is on the center pad? Can I remove the strut, the rep from the left strut?
Checking. Jessica, you can release the ret on the right upper strut, but not yet on the left upper strut.
I thought the right upper strut was the one that was staying attached the whole time.
Jessica, the ret on the mounting bracket will stay attached the entire time.
Okay, copy that.
One remaining step for MLI, verify right upper strut MLI on center pad covering L1 clevis.
It's covering the L1 clevis on the right upper strut.
Copy. Next is to install the left upper strut LA to mounting L8 to mounting bracket left side.
APFR is attached. clocking 12, locking color black on black, good pull and twist on it.
Copy 12, black on black, good pull twist. Remaining settings, Tango Tango, Foxtrot 12.
And Stephanie, I'm back to Bravo 3 for these folks.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2 on the strut bag PGT. Drive M15, exactly 4 turns.
Turns on 15, Bravo 3, clockwise 2 set.
Good settings.
The bill's going for Tango Tango, Foxtrot 12.
Those are good settings. Verify pitch knob can be depressed.
Oh, sorry, I'm initiating that. I haven't done it yet.
Copy. Thank you for the clarification.
One hour and 25 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut Jessica Meir operating to the right side of your screen, and Anil Menon floating towards the upper portion as they continue construction on the upper triangle. That is a part of the 3B modification kit to the 3B power channel for the International Space Station. And this modification kit will prepare for the installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array on a future spacewalk. Currently, the task, as you can see, is Jessica Meir is continuing to work on that construction of the upper triangle. The silvery gray portion is the mounting bracket in which the IROSA will attach itself to. And then the actual struts themselves and center pad, closest now to Jessica's left knee, is what will attach to the mass canister. Now, as for Anil Menon, he is currently attaching and working on the articulating portable foot restraint that will allow him to step into that restraint, lock him into place, and that'll allow him to be safe and secure, but also free up use of his hands as they continue to build through today's modification kit. And again, that modification kit includes 6 struts. So once these upper left and right struts to the mounting bracket are complete, there will be a mid and lower for each the right and the left side. So 2 of the 6 currently in action right now. And that is where the extra reach and portable articulating portable foot restraint will help Anil Menon and Jessica Meir extend access to the areas they need to in order to not only assemble but also secure this 3B modification kit to the 3B mass canister.
And I know I'm right behind you.
Yeah, I'll be out of your way in a second.
And again, Jessica Meir and Anil Menon on the left and right sides respectively, upside down from our vantage point here on NASA Plus and the NASA channels, constructing that upper triangle for the 3B modification kit. Today, the 281st spacewalk for support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. For Jessica Meir, this is her 6th spacewalk, and the crew member wearing the red stripes on the left. For Anil Menon, this is his very first. It is the 4th spacewalk of 2026. in which Meir had previously participated in 2 of those previous 3, and then the first spacewalk of Expedition 75.
Copy Tango Tango and pitch knob depressible.
Got some hand start turns on M15. Got 1.5 turns.
Copy 1.5 turns on M15.
Have more turns on M15 with the PGP.
Copy 2.5 more turns with 4 turns total on M15. Now drive M16 to torque, expecting about 20 to 23 turns.
Work.
We have hit the 90-minute mark. 1 hour and 30 minutes have gone by in today's U.S. Spacewalk 96 as NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue working on the 3B modification kit for the 3B mass canister. For Jessica Meir in the top left, she is working on the upper triangle. As for Anil Menon with the white stripes on his right-hand side, his pant leg, he is working on the articulating portable foot restraint. So far, after beginning their spacewalk at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time, the crew has not only departed the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, but also maneuvered its way down the truss system to the 3B power channel, picking up some extra equipment along the way, including that articulating portable foot restraint and the WiFX worksite interface extender to help with today's construction. And as you can see, Jessica Meir continuing to diligently work on the upper triangle. That is the mounting bracket and 2 of the 6 struts required for today's tasks. Also a part of today's tasks, not only the construction and attachment of this modification kit for the future installation of an IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, but also routing the cables necessary for that connection of the IROSA to help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory.
Got 16 turns, good green light, 18.2.
On M15, 18.2 torque, 6 turns, green light, 16 turns. 16 turns, sorry, check black line flush.
Confirm, black line is flush.
Right. Stephanie, I'm all set on the APFR.
And Jessica, we have an additional good bolt on M15, so M16, M15 are good bolts. Release the rut from the left and right upper struts.
Copy.
And for EV2, we'll take the glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
It's down, gloves look good, and hap is dry.
Copy, good gloves, dry hap, gauntlets are down. Give us your HECA light.
Green light.
Copy, green light, verify, left safer handle down.
There was a little movement on that. It's now down.
We copy. Thank you for checking, verifying. For Jessica, next for you is I have PGT settings when you're ready for torquing the right upper strut to the mounting bracket.
I'm ready. I believe those are the same settings. Bravo 3, clockwise 2. I'm in position for 13 and 14.
Excellent. And you are correct. Same settings. You'll drive M13 and M14 to torque an additional 18 turns.
So there you heard communications for NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir on the next steps of their procedures for today's U.S. spacewalk number 96. For Jessica Meir on the bottom right side of your screen, she continues to work and now torque down using her pistol grip tool or the space drill to connect the upper struts to the mounting bracket for today's spacewalk tasks of constructing a modification kit to the mass canister. And there you actually see a great view as we just translated up and panned up to the mass canister on the upper left and right hand sides. Just for perspective, that is NASA astronaut Anil Menon stepping into the articulating portable foot restraint, but just off to his left shoulder and then off to his far right are the solar arrays for that 3B power channel for the International Space Station. And that is the canister that they will attach this collection of 6 struts and a mounting bracket for a future IROSA install. Now, 1 hour and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, the International Space Station currently flying over France.
Jessica, I copied on M13, 18.4 on the torque, 17 turns, green light, black line flash.
Good copy. Starting 14.
Copy.
When you get a chance, let me know.
I got 17 turns again, 18.2, good green light, black line is flush on M14.
On M14, copy 18 torque, I believe 17 turns.
So as NASA astronaut Anil Menon locks himself into the articulating portable foot restraint and prepares for the next steps of the construction of this 3B mod kit. Let's take a closer look at where exactly the astronauts are operating today. They're on the starboard side of the International Space Station, down the backbone of the truss system, the S6 portion of the truss system, and where you see the 3B highlighted in yellow, they are all the way at the tail end of the orbiting laboratory, and at the base of that 3B construction along the truss structure is where the 2 astronauts are currently operating to assemble the collection of 6 struts and the mounting bracket for a future rollout of an International Space Station rollout solar array. Now, what do those look like, you may wonder? If you look at the far right-hand side of this graphic, there is an example of what that IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, would look like once fully unfurled. And again, those will arrive to the International Space Station for both the 3B and the 2A power channels later on this year.
I'm going to release the adjustable that's on the scoop.
And as we were explaining that breakdown of where Jessica, Meir, and Anil Menon are, we just received confirmation that the upper triangle has been completed. And there you get a great illustration at the bottom of your screen right there of what that looks like. It is the mounting bracket with 2 struts, and then the center pad, that is the small gray structure. That is what will attach to the 3B mass canister. And then the mounting bracket is where the International Space Station rollout solar array will be affixed to on a future spacewalk.
Top is dry. My gloves are nominal, no change.
Copy dry hap, no change on the gloves and your gauntlets.
Gauntlets are down.
Copy gauntlets down. Nice work, both of you. We are now in the upper triangle handoff portion. I have 3 cautions, which I'm going to read to you within the 2 minutes that I have till handover. No sudden movements on the ECU 4-bar linkage, BGA, mass canister, or mod kit. Maintain less than 0.45 feet per second on BGA. Limit loads to 40 pounds. Avoid cyclic loading. Do not impart forces into the mod kit struts before they are fully installed.
V1 copies all, and I am changing my TCV. I am now at a setting of 4.
Copy TCV 4, EV1. And copy EV2, copies the cautions. When you're ready, EV1 present non-tethered left side of upper triangle to hand off to EV2.
Stand by now. I'm going to come get into position for that.
Do a quick boot check to make sure my heels are in.
Sure thing. Looks like your heels are in from this side. I'm behind the boot plate right now. When I come over to the side, I think I'll have a better view.
A check for EV1 for the upper triangle and the PGT. We would just like you to double check that the PGT is not tangled in the upper triangle. 30 seconds to a handover.
Yeah. Copy.
You heard the communications as we prepare for the handoff of that upper triangle from Jessica Meir to Anil Menon and begin preparations of installing that to the 3B mass canister. You have also heard from both Anil Menon and Jessica Meir some safety checks as they check over their gloves, their gauntlets, their HAPS, which is the helmet absorption pad, the safety device developed by NASA to help address the possible risk of water inside the helmets as they sweat through today's EVA opportunities and task list. And everyone, so far so good, working through. Again, the upper triangle build has been completed as we are now an hour and 41 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, I've got that PGT free. Like that.
EV1, EV2, Houston is back with you. We copied partial comm. Sounds like the PGT is free of the upper triangle.
We welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, as Flight Director Ronak Dave in the Navy suit, overseeing today's spacewalk operations. To his right-hand side is NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who has been the one that you have heard communicating with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon today. Aki Hoshide, immediately to her right, is operating and talking to the crew that are not participating in today's spacewalk. Jack Hathaway and Sophie Adno, along with Andrei Fedyaev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina, the other members of the Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. So now we make our way back outside as the upper triangle will be passed from Jessica Meir in the red stripe spot at the bottom of your screen up to Anil Menon, who is preparing to secure that upper triangle and the center pad. That is the smaller portion of the triangle that is now being pointed his direction. And that will make its way to him and eventually attached to the 3B mass canister. Anil Menon is in the articulating portable foot restraint, which is also attached to a workspace interface extender, almost like a step stool or step ladder, to extend his ability to reach the top of that 3B mass canister.
Here it comes.
Great. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Can you get it up any higher? Oh, so close. I got it.
Okay, you got it.
Control.
You've got control.
And he'll install center pad on mass canister with the arrow pointing towards the array.
It's installed and in soft dock.
Copy installed and in soft dock. Verify upper triangle to neutral down for later access.
I came out, Stephanie, so I must have been wrong about that. I'm going to just give it another try.
Copy that. As you're working with it, engage left side, then press in on the right side to engage the soft dock detents.
Okay. Going to move this ingress aid.
Stephanie, I have stowed the ret for the PGT and the torque wrench onto the WIFX. They're in a position where I think I'll be able to reach them.
And we copy. Thank you. Nice work. Next, visually inspect and report spherical bearing alignment on both stop brackets. Go ahead, Anil.
We are in soft dock.
Copy soft dock. Nicely done. I see you retrieving your PGT settings alpha 2, clockwise 2.
And I see good alignment on both of the spherical bearings.
Copy good alignment on both spherical bearings. For EV2, 1, caution. Verify proper alignment for Fairchild fastener installation due to side loading cross-threading sensitivity.
2 copies and alpha 2, clockwise 2 is set and good. Cal.
Copy all. We're looking for 2 turns on M5 through M8.
Turns M5 through M8.
Communications between NASA astronauts Anil Menon and Jessica Meir to the teams on the ground, and spacewalk communicator Stephanie Wilson. And all good news to report so far, as Anil Menon has received the upper triangle. He is now at the bottom portion of your screen, and will begin the formal attachment of that upper triangle to the 3B mass canister. Meanwhile, Jessica Meir, who you see at the top portion with the red stripes on her pantsuit and portable life support system, has begun preparations for assembling the right struts of today's construction. And again, this is for the installation of the 3B mass or modification kit to the 3B mass canister that consists of 6 total struts and a mounting bracket. You see the mounting bracket at the knees of Anil Menon towards the bottom of your screen, with the first 2 struts now connected, and he will attach that to the mass canister. And then they will move into the right side of the construction, and there we see upright as we would view it here on Earth, as that is the upper triangle. And then they will have 2 more pieces, a lower right side and a mid strut on the right side, and then copy that over to the left-hand portion. So essentially 2 of the 4 struts have been connected and now being formally attached, as you see Anil Menon with his pistol grip tool, the space drill that will help him affix this to the top of the mass canister. And Jessica Meir now out of sight, assembling the next steps in the phase, which is putting together the right lower strut and then right mid strut to follow. We are 1 hour and 49 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, as the International Space Station currently orbiting 262 miles above the Earth and about to pass over the northernmost portion of Somalia on the continent of Africa.
5 on the torque, 5 turns, green light. Anil, verify your PGT settings, alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2. Let me just read you this. M6 was 5 turns, green light, and it was 3.7 on the torque. The last one was 3.8. I accidentally read you the turn count showing up on the PGT, which is probably why it seemed high.
Now we're tracking. So I got M5, 3.8 torque, 5 turns, green light. M6, 3.7 torque, 5 turns, green light.
Confirm. Going to M7.
We concur.
Seven, 6 turns, 3.7, green light.
Copy on M7, 3.7 torque, green light, and the turn count was clipped.
Turn.
I believe 6 turns.
Confirmed, 6 turns. M8 is now 6 turns as well. Green light, 3.8 torque.
M8, 3.8 torque, 6 turns, green light. Copy also 6 turns on M7. Thank you for all. Check center pad MLI and PIP pins 2 still installed. Also M5 through M8, all good bolts.
That is NASA astronaut Anil Menon relaying the torque and settings of the 4 bolts that are attaching the center pad, which is the top tip of the triangle of the upper triangle of today's 3B modification kit. And the crew's here on the ground confirming good bolts as he is now attaching that structure and testing out that structure and inspecting those bolts as we see on our screen. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Jessica Meir just off screen preparing for the right struts to be assembled to the 3B mass canister. And there you now see her appearing to the upper portions where she has the strut bag that she brought from the Quest airlock all the way down to the very end of the starboard side of the International Space Station where the 2 astronauts are working today. And those struts will attach themselves to the mounting bracket and the upper triangle and provide additional support to the 3B mass canister.
And we copy. That is a good config. Thank you.
And with each task, you hear communications from the ground for regular updates on the status of their gloves, the status of their HAPs or helmet absorption pads, all part of the ongoing safety checks as each step continues to make its way down the timeline for both astronauts. Now an hour and 54 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Copy, EV1.
No, Jessica.
Okay, copy.
Go ahead and adjust the APFR with X. That's okay.
Okay, sure thing.
Anil, I see you working
And
to...
Stephanie, can you confirm with X?
Yes, with X extension is 1. Full settings are 6 Golf 1.
Golf 1.
And after the extension, verify ingress 8 is clear of the upper triangle. And your met weights, you've been doing a nice job with everything. Just continue your slow and steady and smooth pace. You're doing a good job.
For the feedback.
Communication with NASA astronaut Anil Menon as he has removed himself from the articulating portable foot restraint and is now adjusting the WIFX that is attached to the worksite interface extender. He had a bit of a higher setting in relative to his positioning along the 3B mass canister. He will now adjust that in support of Jessica Meir, who is to the upper portions of the screen, and Anil Menon with his full backside to the cameras as we see them, as they prepare to now assemble the right struts of this 3B modification kit. Closing in on 2 hours for today's spacewalk, 1 hour and 57 minutes at the moment. The 6th spacewalk for Jessica Meir's career, the first for Anil Menon. For Anil Menon arriving just 22 days ago launching just 22 days ago aboard Soyuz MS-29 back on July 14th from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. As for Jessica Meir, in her 174th day in space on her current mission after launching with NASA SpaceX Crew 12 back in February. And you can see just past the portable life support system, or the backpack, the spacesuit backpack of Anil Menon, right in the center of your screen, the next strut assembly that Jessica Meir is repairing. And again, we're going to be working on the right side next. So this will be in total strut 3 of 6 that will be next to be attached to provide additional support to this modification kit to the 3B power channel for the International Space Station.
Anil, APFR settings 12, Papa Papa, Charlie 12.
Oh, Papa Papa Charlie 12.
Still have the ret going to the mounting bracket as well. Will get released after you're back in there?
I believe so.
And Houston concurs. That's affirmative, Jessica.
As we see on the screen, it is becoming a little bit darker outside of the International Space Station as they are making their way into an orbital nighttime pass. Again, the space station orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes, so a sunrise and sunset witnessed by NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon every 45. So they have their helmet cameras, or helmet lights on, in addition to their helmet cameras, of course, as they continue work on adjusting the WIFX and portable foot restraints ahead of the next task of today's spacewalk, which will be assembling the right struts of the 3B modification kit. We have now officially passed the 2-hour mark of today's spacewalk. After getting underway at 7:33 a.m. Central Time, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. So far, the astronauts, after departing the space station's Quest airlock, have translated to the far side of the starboard side of the International Space Station to the 3B power channel and solar array, and that is where they are operating now. They have completed construction of the upper triangle, which is, you somewhat see portions of it, namely the mounting bracket towards the bottom of your screen, with some of the reflection of the lights from the camera, or from the helmets of the 2 astronauts. So that upper triangle consisting of the IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array mounting bracket, which it will attach to once delivered on a future cargo flight later this year, and then installed on a future spacewalk itself. That mounting bracket with 2 struts attached and attached to the mass canister. 6 struts in total and 1 mounting bracket, so 2 of the 6 have formally been completed. And again, working on the right side, a right lower strut and right mid strut will be next, and then the 2 astronauts will move to the other end and work on the left lower and left mid of today's build out.
This knob was depressible. This is the main change that I made, and the width extender was set at 1, and the pin is at the pull test.
Copy. With extender 1, 12 Papa Papa Charlie 12, pitch knob can be depressed. From Houston, we recommend you ingress the APFR and then perform your socket swap on your PGT to the 2-inch rigid.
Great idea. That's what I was thinking too.
Love it when great minds think alike.
and I see that ret in front of you.
And also a friendly reminder, prior to ingress with the safety tether reel behind you, you may want to clear it or put it in a different position.
Thanks, Jessica.
Looks like you're almost there, so I would continue. I see your toes in. Okay.
We are okay with that.
Come more forward.
Look in.
No, your heel's not in. You need it. Yep. There you go. Keep going a little bit more. Exaggerate that a little bit more in. A little bit more. Now, yeah, I think that your foot is a little bit too far back. So when you're rotating, you're ending up on top of the heel guide. That looks better. That looks good.
All right. Thanks for the assist. Where does my safety tether go?
Safety tether is between your legs behind you.
Okay. I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think just when you come out next time, just watch where it goes and get it on the other side of your leg.
Okay, get it on in front of my left leg, essentially.
Concur.
Okay.
All right, I have the right mid strut. Are you going to do your socket swap first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big inch off, good pull test.
Copy, good socket swap, good pull test. Verify access to mounting bracket red.
2 hours and 5 minutes into today's spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronaut Jessica Meir at the top of your screen and NASA astronaut Anil Menon at the bottom as they continue working through procedures and construction of the 3B modification kit that will attach to the 3B power channel and support the eventual installation of an International Space Station rollout solar array that will help augment the power of the orbiting laboratory. And that future installation will be on a future EVA. The solar arrays themselves will be delivered on a future cargo flight, NASA's SpaceX 35th Commercial Resupply Services mission. So far, after departing the Quest airlock, picking up additional tools as necessary, they have completed the upper triangle build. Upper triangle consisting of the IROSA mounting bracket and the upper left and right struts. They have since hard mated that to the 3B mass canister and now have adjusted their foot restraints and tools needed to continue to proceed what will be now assembling the right side of the struts of the 3B modification kit. And that right side consists of a right mid strut and a right lower strut, in which one portion will be attached to the 3B mass canister and one portion will be attached to the mounting bracket.
Get access to the mounting bracket red.
Copy, verify access lower strut clevis.
Access lower strut clevis.
Verify access mid-strut clevis.
Access mid-strut clevis.
Copy. Verify mounting bracket pin grounding block.
Good access mountain bracket pin grounding block.
Copy. Good access to all those items. Release mounting bracket ret back to the strut bracket.
Hey, Jessica. We've got it all.
Okay, I've got a hand on it. I'm tending it.
Okay, I'm releasing.
Hey, it's back in the bag.
Copy. Mounting bracket ret is released back to the strut bag. We are 30 seconds to a handover for EV2. During that time, we'll take a HECA power cycle.
To cycling HECA.
So as you hear the communications there, they are anticipating a handover, which is a handover in communications satellites. So we will temporarily lose views, but in the process of that handover, asking the astronauts, Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, to power cycle or essentially turn off and turn back on their HECA cameras, the high definition extravehicular mobility unit camera assembly. So we welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Mission Control in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center as that handover in communications satellites is ongoing. We should resume communications with the station here just momentarily as Flight Director Ronak Dave and his Momentum flight team overseeing today's EVA. He is in the middle of your screen in the Navy suit. Immediately to his left is Chris Dobbins, Flight Director that'll be overseeing a future spacewalk. This is the first, today's spacewalk is the first of 3 scheduled for this month. The next be on Thursday, August 13th, U.S. Spacewalk 97, which will replace a communications antenna on the International Space Station called the Space to Ground antenna, among other tasks. And then also U.S. Spacewalk 98 on Thursday, August 25th. And that will focus on connecting power channels and cables and data relay systems as a part of ongoing space station maintenance, among other tasks. So that is Chris Dobbins to the near side foreground with Ronak Dave for today's EVA. Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, immediately to his right, communicating tasks to the team outside of the space station and Meir and Menon. And immediately to her right is Aki Hoshide. He is the Capcom. He is communicating to the other 5 members of Expedition 75 that are inside the space station right now, and they consist of NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, ESA astronaut Sophie Adno. Those 2 helped support preparations for today's EVA. Andrei Fedyayev, along with Pyotr Dubrov and Anna Kikina, all 3 of Roscosmos, also inside the space station today going through their daily activities.
Reposition to get down to this other strap, and then I'll get it. got the right lower strut.
Transfer right lower strut to EV2 with the clevis end towards him.
I'm rotating this up and down.
Great. Tracking it.
View from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir inside the strut bag. At the start of the EVA, that bag had 6 struts and a mounting bracket, but she has now pulled out the right lower strut. That is what is in her right hand, and the LR for lower strut. She is handing that over to Anil Menon as they begin construction of the right-hand side of the 3B power channel modification kit for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96. And there you can see the two of them working in tandem. Jessica Meir more towards the middle of your screen, as the International Space Station currently in an orbital nighttime, so the two working with their helmet lights on. Meir with the red stripes on her pant leg. For Anil Menon at the bottom of the screen, he has one side of the right strut, and as for Meir, she will grab a hold of the other end of that strut as they maneuver it into position. And again, this is the right lower strut that will help secure this modification kit to the 3B mass canister of the International Space Station. Right now, the two astronauts among their Expedition 75 crew members orbiting 272 miles above the Earth, and they are pretty much at the halfway point, the International Space Station, between the southernmost coast of Australia and the northern portion of Antarctica at the moment. Today's EVA now 2 hours and 14 minutes and 30 seconds of phased elapsed time.
No, this is much closer than it looks in Doug.
Agree. It got a good look at the translation area on the left that you need to use, and I think it's going to work just fine. There's a lot of structural handholds the opposite side of you, on the radiator side.
Send this PGT over to me first.
Jessica,
A point of view from NASA astronaut Jessica Meir.
I have one warning. Pinch point, keep fingers clear of lower strut pad to BGA interface when driving both.
One copy.
And for both of you with the consumables check here, PET, 2 hours, 17 minutes. You're on the timeline. Limiting consumable is EV2 MEDOX, 6 hours, 20 minutes. So we do expect that to get better.
Yeah, and I'll take settings for the PGT, Stephanie.
PGT settings, alpha 1, clockwise 1 on the strut bag PGT.
Alpha 1, clockwise 1 is set.
Good settings.
And now,
Align lower strut M19 to the spherical Saab bearing. Looking to drive M19 exactly 4 turns.
copy.
Communications with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, whose view we had from her helmet camera just a moment ago, but now we see her working with...
Rotate a little bit counterclockwise.
Rotating counterclockwise.
Up there.
So again, Jessica Meir at the bottom right portion of your screen with her helmet light on, securing one side of the right lower strut as they continue to work through their procedures, building out the modification kit for the 3B power channel and a 3B mass canister they are attaching it to for today's spacewalk with spacewalker and NASA astronaut Anil Menon.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
And understand you're helping with alignment, just giving it to you early.
I'm with you. Sounds great. Thank you.
Starting turn.
So Jessica Meir again on the bottom right-hand side with her pistol grip tool, the space drill, securing that right lower strut to the mass canister as you start to see it slowly but surely become more and more illuminated. The International Space Station and its 2 spacewalkers, currently in orbital nighttime, but will be coming up on a sunrise here shortly. Anil Menon towards the top half, are now onto Jessica Meir, who is using that pistol grip tool to secure that strut to the mass canister. Prior to that, you heard an update from the spacewalk communicator Stephanie Wilson, providing an update. Now 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk. They are on a timeline, so they are right on time, both Menon and Meir together, working in tandem today. And they also provided updates on consumables, just how their suits are performing, how they are performing. You heard the term MEDOX canister. That is the metal oxide canister. And that is what is installed in the backpack-like structure you see right there on the backside of Jessica Meir. That is what is called the Portable Life Support System, or the acronym here at NASA is PLIS. And that contains everything that an astronaut needs to venture out into the vacuum of space: breathable atmosphere, carbon dioxide scrubbing, cooling, power, water supply, and the like.
PGT turned off.
Copy that. PGT turned off.
I'll give it another cow.
We copy.
So right now, as we just heard on the communications channel, Jessica Meir again adjusting her PGT or pistol grip tool, the settings, the torque settings needed to secure this right lower strut to the 3B mass canister.
Cow pass, I've got a good LED test. Battery is 42.
Copy, Jessica. It's a good number.
That was Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Good settings. And looking for 3 more turns on M19.
Work. PGT turned off again as soon as I put it on the socket. Not sure what happened there.
And we copy PGT turned off.
We did not hit the button, so interesting. I think this is similar to what happened on the last EVA. So we get back into Cal again.
Jessica, we copy CalPass, and we'd like you to use this PGT one more time. We're talking about options.
Copy. Good LED test. 3 volts. Is not driving, it appears to be off again.
And I'm seeing, when you hit the button, I see 2 red lights, 2 green lights. It says LED test.
Is it still on the, okay, then maybe it didn't get all the way switched. Am I? Okay, I got, didn't get all the way over it.
That doesn't work, Stephanie. I'm just throwing out an option for you guys to chew on, which is I could take out 1 foot and pass her my PGT.
I have my PGT as well. Obviously yours has the right socket on it, but I can always socket swap if needed. We're turning now.
Copy.
That's astronaut Jessica Meir, front and center on your screen with her pistol grip tool, currently troubleshooting some settings and ability to use that tool to help secure the right lower strut with the teams here on the ground.
For EV2 now, align lower strut clevis to mounting bracket L6. You'll drive M20 exactly 2 turns with Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
20, 2 turns, Bravo 1 clockwise 2, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set on the PGT.
Good settings.
Turn. That first line has gone in.
Copy the line report. 2 turns on M20 for EV1 for the strut bag PGT. You can continue to use this PGT or the options that Anil discussed. His PGT has the appropriate socket, or you could do a socket swap on your PGT. We think the time would be equivalent.
Copy. The PGT seems to be working right now, so we'll try it again.
And we concur. For M19, PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2. You'll drive it an additional 9 turns. You might like the optional BRT position on handrail 2070 or 2071.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to reach with the BRT because of the BRT being on the left side. It'll be easier on the other side, but I will assess that. Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Clockwise 2.
Good settings. Bravo 7, clockwise 2, and understand.
asset.
7 clockwise 2 is set.
Good settings.
And remind me how many turns are expected here?
We're expecting an additional 9 turns.
9.
And this will, you will drive to torque.
Copy to torque. Okay, that was turns. Do have a low torque at 3.8, so I can do I have a go to hit it again?
Jessica, say again the turn count.
Turns, and I had a low torque.
Copy 6 turns, low torque, checking. Jessica, double check PGT settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, we'd like you to drive the bolt again.
Did get a good green light that time. I have a 23.2 torque. It only turns maybe an eighth to a quarter of a turn. I do have a fault red light on the PGT, but a good green torque light.
Copy for M19, you had a torque of 23.2, an additional, after the 6 turns, you got an additional 1/8 to 1/4 turn. Green light with the red fault light. Any other lights?
No other light, but it is interesting because the torque is green, but it does say low torque underneath the 23.2.
Copy checking.
So I think I have a little bit of a better position to brace right now if I'm going to hit it again.
Okay, that's good. We do what you are seeing is expected. We would like you to drive it again with the PGT, and then we'll go to the torque wrench.
Okay, that felt better. But my torque value is, again, it was like maybe an eighth of a turn. It's green light, and I see 25.4 on the torque value. I see black line is flush.
For M19, 25.4 now on the torque, an additional eighth of a turn, green light, black line flush.
Got a good view of the bearings right now, too. I can see it looks like no gap. I see the black line is parallel to the bolt canister. And it's got a good wiggle test, so it looks like a good bolt.
Copy, a good report for the solid bolts for the torque wrench. Manually drive M19 to final torque. We're looking for 2 breakovers.
Copy 2 breakovers. Oh.
Communications between the NASA astronaut Jessica Meir and the Spacewalk support group here in Mission Control in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as the views illuminating as the International Space Station makes its way into an orbital sunrise as we continue on today's tasks for US EV-896. And there you see Jessica Meir more in the middle of the screen with the red stripes on her spacesuit. Anil Menon joining her on this spacewalk today. In the bottom left-hand side, he is currently standing in the articulating portable foot restraint. Together, they are looking to attach the right lower strut 3 of 6, to be a part of this 3B modification kit that is being attached to the 3B power channel and mast canister around the International Space Station on the far end of the starboard side. You heard communication, some troubleshooting going on between Jessica Meir and the teams on the ground, looking to work her PGT, as you heard, or pistol grip tool, the space drill, as they were trying to get it to operate properly. They offered a couple of different solutions, also providing the torque wrench to help secure this strut to the mast canister. So we'll continue to monitor that as they proceed through their timeline. We are 2 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk. Everything went by the book, pre-breathing, and all of the pre-spacewalk safety measures were all checked off. And the start time of today's spacewalk, 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Time. And again, now approaching 2 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, as both Jessica Meir and Anil Menon now orbiting right over the Pacific Ocean at 260 miles above the Earth. So to, again, recap the process so far, after egressing or exiting the Quest airlock, the two astronauts working together would move down the starboard side truss, the backbone and support structure of the International Space Station, to make its way all the way out to the far end of the starboard side. And that is where that 3B mast canister and power channel will be occupied. They have set up shop and have since constructed the upper triangle, which is the mounting bracket that the future International Space Station solar array will attach to on a future spacewalk, and 2 struts, a left and right upper strut. And together between those 3 items, they form the triangle and have since been connected to the top portion of the mast canister. So now what they're doing is working on the lower portions of that structure. Again, the right lower, and there will be a right mid strut, all to add extra security and attachment to this 3B mast canister. They will then transition over to the left-hand side of this structure that they are building and do the left lower strut and left mid strut.
Are you able to estimate the turn count?
It barely turned. I would say maybe a quarter turn max.
And we copy a quarter turn and 2 breakovers with the torque wrench on M19. With that additional driving of the PGT and the breakovers with the torque wrench, we'd like you to reperform the ASAB bolt checks. Verify black line parallel. Okay, yes, go ahead.
I see black line is parallel. I can see the strut boss, the bearing boss, and the spherical bearing with no gap in between them, and I'm giving it a good wiggle test. It does not wiggle.
Good checks. We are checking the bolt. Also verify lower strut MLI covering the strut pad.
I need to pull the MLI back down a little bit. That's in work now. Just need the MLI is in place.
Copy, MLI is in place. We can verify a good, we can confirm a good 19 bolt, M19 bolt. You can release the ret from the lower strut. For EV2, PGT settings are the same on your PGT Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to drive M20 to torque, an additional 5 to 7 turns.
M20 to torque, Bravo 1 clockwise 2 is still set.
Good settings, go to drive.
The ret's been released.
Copy, ret released.
Stephanie, while he's driving those bolts, I translate up into position for the mid-strut?
Yes, translate to side pad location on the right side of the mass canister.
In work.
Five turns, low torque. Line is half a millimeter off of being flush.
Copy 5 turns. I believe you said low torque. We'd like you to drive M20 again.
M20 again. It's one additional turn. Green light. 11.9 torque, black line flush.
Copy M20, 11.9 torque, 6 turns total, green light, black line flush, good bolt M20. Stow PGT, install lower strut grounding pit pin into the grounding block on the mounting bracket, and then install the MLI over the lower strut clevis.
PGT is moving to pit pin and MLI.
I'm in position for the mid-strut. I've got my DRT down on the long handrail.
We copy.
Wrapping up the MLI. I'll be ready.
Some good communications there between Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the two talking to the teams on the ground as they just have completed the bolting of the right lower strut. Jessica Meir attached her portion of the right lower strut to the 3B mast canister and then transferred bolting and assembly over to Anil Menon, who then attached the topmost portion of the lower strut to the mounting bracket, the IROSA mounting bracket, and together now they are working to begin the right mid strut. So in total, 6 total struts for today's assembly and a mounting bracket, all to support the installation of a International Space Station rollout solar array. The first 2 struts were used to help complete a triangle shape with the mounting bracket for the IROSA. That was built first and attached straight on into the 3B mast canister. Then at an angle from top left to bottom right, as we see, or pardon me, bottom left to top right, we see that lower strut assemblage to the mast canister. That has since been bolted into place. And then there is a support strut, a right mid strut that will go across from the mounting bracket directly across to the mast canister, and that will complete the right hand side. So that is what Anil Menon and Jessica Meir are operating and beginning working on now. And then they will take those procedures, lower strut, right strut, and make their way to the left hand side for lower strut and mid strut, pardon me. Now 2 hours and 42 minutes into today's U.S. spacewalk number 96, the 6th of the career for Jessica Meir, the 1st of his career for Anil Menon. So far, everything on timeline, the crew working diligently through their tasks after building out the mounting bracket with 2 struts to form a triangle, and which affectionately named the upper triangle. Lower strut has, on the right side, has been bolted on, and now working on the right mid strut of the structure today.
Extending and passing the mid strut.
Got a hand on it.
Okay, I'm going to keep control too.
You can hold it right there for a minute. can you pitch? So right now I need you to bring your end up a little bit.
My end is going up, which is pitch movement.
Yeah, we are in soft duck.
Okay. Just FYI, the threading seems about 2 inches out, so we might experience an MLI challenge.
Understand. Good call.
Copy soft dock. 1 caution, verify proper alignment for Fairchild fastener installation due to side load cross-threading sensitivity. PGT settings for EV1 PGT, Alpha 2, clockwise 2, driving M9 through M12, exactly 2 turns.
The 2 turns, that was Bravo 1, clockwise 2, is that correct?
It is Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Okay, sorry about that. Alpha 2, clockwise 2. PGT is off, so I'll get it on.
And we copy, and this one is expected to be off.
Okay, so the first use, I have CalPass, good LED test, and 41 volts.
Those are good numbers. Go to drive M9 to M12, exactly 2 turns, 1 minute to a handover.
2, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
2 turns.
Concur.
2 turns on M9.
Copy M9.
A little bit here.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continuing progress on today's build out of the 3B mass canister and 3B mod kit attachment modification kit. And we just heard prior to all the settings that were radioed up to the crew from Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, that they have reached the midway point of construction of this modification kit, which leaves the kit currently in the minimal configuration to safely and be structurally sound to the side of that mass canister, but continuing to press ahead as we are now 2 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk. We are currently in a communications handover, and we welcome you back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the team's on the ground continuing to follow along and work step by step in procedure with NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon.
Got 2 turns on M9 and 2 turns on M12. I'm about to start M10.
Copy 2 on M9, 2 on M12, M10 in work. Thank you.
And there you see Stephanie Wilson, that spacewalk communicator, right in the middle of the screen. Ronak Dave to her left-hand side in the Navy suit, the flight director for today's spacewalk and his Momentum flight team overseeing. And Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, to Stephanie Wilson's right side, managing communications for the other 5 members of this Expedition 75 crew aboard the International Space Station. So he handles the internal space station communications, Wilson the external for Menon and Meir. As we return to views outside of the orbit laboratory, and again these two working in tandem to now assemble the right mid strut, and they're working through their bolt settings to how to attach that to not only the mounting bracket but the actual 3B mass canister itself using the PGT. You've heard that acronym used several times here recently. The pistol grip tool or space drill they are using to attach all of these struts to the mass canister.
get lined up a little better?
Yeah, I can see a little bit of a side load. That's probably the tricky part.
It's a 6-inch. Two turns on M11.
Copy, 2 turns on M11. Nicely done. Now drive M9 to M12 to torque, expecting an additional 3 to 7 turns. For EV2, align the mid-strut L7 with the upper strut L7. If needed, you can egress 1 foot from the APFR.
Just over 2 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk.
That's affirmative. Alpha 2, clockwise to same settings.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon now operating the installation of the right mid-strut of today's 3B modification build around.
Copy aligned. PGT settings for your PGT are the same. Bravo 1, same as previously for you. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And that is around the 3B mass canister. The communications you are hearing are with Stephanie Wilson, the spacewalk communicator, relaying the different PGT or pistol grip tool settings to help drill this right mid strut into place.
Torque of 2.8. The light is green. Sorry, green torque and 2.8. That was 3 more turns.
2.8, 3 turns on. And which bolt, please?
On M9.
Copy M9, checking. Oh. And that's a good M9. We're ready for the remainder of M10 through M12.
So astronaut Jessica Meir in the red stripes on the bottom of your screen as identified on the pant leg cuff of her spacesuit, relaying down the amount of turns and torque of her drill as she works through the what will be 4 bolts to attach one side of the right mid strut.
The green light 3.6 torque.
As she and Anil Menon continue to work through this right mid-strut assembly, I will turn over commentary for today's live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 96 to my colleague with NASA Communications, Ken Appel.
24, 8 total turns, green light, black line flush, 11.8 torque.
Copy EV2, hold here. What I understood for you for M24, torque 11.8, 8 turns, green light, black line flush.
Affirmative, and that included, the 8 included the hand start.
Understand, 8 total with the hand start. You can stow your PGT and work to install the mid-strut grounding pin into the mounting bracket. Grounding block, words for Jessica, understand for M10, 3.6, green light. Your turn count, somehow the short words are getting clipped, so just FYI, we did not copy the turn count.
Negative, that was not M10, that was M12. It was 6 turns. Correct.
Copy M12, 6 turns, 3.6 on the torque, green light. Thank you for the correction.
Stephanie, did you copy my last?
I last copied your report for M12.
Sounds like a bit ratty comm, Stephanie. That was broken.
This is Mission Control Houston, and if you're just joining us, we're covering the U.S. Spacewalk 96 that began at 7:33 a.m. Central, 8:33 a.m. Eastern this morning. We are currently just under 3 hours into today's spacewalk. The International Space Station is currently flying 259 statute miles over the United States over the state of Iowa.
Sorry, we did not hear that. You can move on to M10.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for the future installation of new rollout solar arrays.
M13 and M14.
Once installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support critical station operations.
The MLI installed over M13 and M14, ensuring that the mounting bracket upper surface is clear.
Here on your screens are NASA astronauts, Jessica Meir there with the red stripes, and then NASA astronaut in the foreground, Anil Menon.
And Stephanie, I had 5 turns on M10.
To recap, they have completed assembly of the upper triangle, which you see in front of Anil Menon there on your screen.
M10, 3.8 torque, 5 turns, green light.
They've also completed install of the right lower strut, and they are currently installing the right mid strut.
Understand M11 in work, your go.
Just a bit ago, spacewalk communicator and NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson communicated to the spacewalkers that they reached the midpoint of the construction of this mod kit.
Stephanie, 7 turns on M11, good green light, 3.7 torque.
Copy M11, 3.7 torque, 7 turns, green light. We would like you to drive M9 again.
The M9 one more time. Stephanie, that torqued out right away. I got 3.6 torque and like barely any turn. Good green light.
Copy it, torqued out Right away, 3.6, green light for M9, checking. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for either verification or additional steps, both EV1 and EV2 turn your HECAs off.
Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This Momentum flight team is led by Flight Director there in the Navy suit, Ronat Dave. To his right is NASA astronaut Stephanie Wilson, who is supporting today's spacewalk as the spacewalk communicator, speaking to both NASA astronauts directly, Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. And to her right is JAXA astronaut Akio Shide, supporting as today's Capcom and communicating with the crew inside of the International Space Station. Currently aboard the International Space Station is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway and ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno, who supported this morning getting Jessica and Anil out the door.
On that bolt, including the 2 turns.
Also aboard is Roscosmos cosmonauts Andrei Fedyayev, Pyotr Dubrov, and Anna Kikina.
I cannot remember how many I called. It would be whatever I called down. Final torque was 3.6, and it barely turned. So I'm not sure. Whatever I said back then, that was the first one I did.
Yeah, I copied 2 initially and then 2 the first time. I copied Jessica. We're checking the bolts. For EV2 at a good time, I can take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from you.
Checking. EV2 above nominal, just a little black scuffing. Outlets are down and half dry.
Copy EV2. Gloves are nominal with a little bit of black scuffing, hap dry, gauntlets down.
Firm.
For EV1, while we are discussing bolts, release EV2 rep from the mid-strut and verify side pad.
We are currently in a brief but expected loss of signal.
Installed in the side pad and MLI standby. Just release EV2 rep from the mid-strut and verify the side pad final config.
NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon continue installing the right mid-strut.
Anil, ready for your rat?
I am ready for my rat.
Here it comes.
Back to views of the International Space Station. To recap, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon. Jessica Meir there with the red stripe and Anil Menon there in the foreground. They've completed assembly of the upper triangle, installed that upper triangle.
And I got words. We are now ready also for you to verify MLI covering side pad clevis.
That's in work. Stephanie, it's covering the clevis now. Can you verify for me whether or not pit pin should also be covered by the MLI?
Checking. Pit pin should not be covered by the MLI.
Okay, copy. And I think we're in a good config here. Clevis is covered. I'm giving it a good squish.
Copy. It's a good side pad final config checks. I'll take a go of HAP and gauntlet check from you.
V1 half is dry. Gloves are still nominal. I have a few black smudges, one on each pinky finger and one on my right thumb. My gauntlets are down.
Copy. EV1, nominal gloves, few black smudges, pinky and right thumb, HAP dry, gauntlets down.
Today's spacewalk prepares the 3B power channel for future installation of new IROSAs, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Arrays.
We are still
Once those are installed, the arrays will provide additional power to support station operations. To recap, NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon have completed assembly of the upper triangle, which you see there in front of Anil Menon on the foreground of your screen. We've also completed installation of the right lower strut and are currently finishing install of the right mid strut.
We're standing by. Could you give us our ET, Stephanie? Where we are in the timeline?
PET 3 hours, 6 minutes, checking timeline. We are about 5 minutes down on the timeline. EV2 MEDOX limiting 7 hours for MEDOX.
Good improvement.
Definitely. Hope that you're in an ACFR not moving.
Yes, concur with all. And after discussion with the bolts, we are calling M9 through M12 good, at least at this time. So we are ready for you to continue to install the left lower strut. Jessica, translate to the strut bag. And Anil, prepare to receive the left mid strut.
Two copies.
V1.
And with that communication to the crew from the ground team here at NASA's Mission Control Center at NASA Johnson Space Center, that they have instructed that Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the two spacewalkers for today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, have moved on and have completed the assembly of the right mid strut. They were going over reviews of the bolts that were needed, the 4 bolts to attach that right mid strut to the 3B mast canister. And with that, they have since given the go for Jessica Meir, who you see towards the top of your screen in the red striped spacesuit to move along and return back to the strut bag and now begin the left side of the assembly. And that left side will start with the left lower strut. So going over everything that has transpired here over the last 3 hours and 8 minutes, that's how far along we are in today's spacewalk. The crew has completed the upper triangle build, which consists of the IROSA mounting bracket. That is what the future IROSA installation will attach to help provide additional power to the International Space Station through the 3B channel, which is the channel on the far side of the starboard side of the International Space Station. So with that mounting bracket attached to 2 struts, forming a triangle of the 3 sides, and that would attach to the top portion of the mast canister. Then they would assemble the right side portion, which consists of the right lower strut and right mid strut. That lower strut completed a little while ago, and you just saw and heard the communication with Jessica Meir and Anil Menon to begin procedures to now move over to the left-hand side and begin pretty much what they just completed on the right, mirror to the left left lower strut and then the left mid strut. Also still to look ahead for today's spacewalk is to also assemble the collars, cables, and MLI. You've heard the term MLI a few different times today, and that is multi-layer insulation that provides protection to areas around the International Space Station that are exposed to space.
In reviewing our statistics, we realized during the last year.
On your way, Anil?
Oh, there we are.
And there's a great view of that strut bag as Jessica Meir when that red stripes.
I have control.
And I'll let go. This will be the moon to the left.
I am reading to the side here. It's the side pad, right?
Sure, side pad side.
Okay, side pad side is readed.
That's affirmative.
I'm going to take off the bag wrap.
Yes.
I can't see it.
Can't see it, but it's, I mean, just let it go. There it is, you got it.
I got it.
So that is Anil Menon on the bottom left and Jessica Meir on the top of your screen, starting to begin assembly of the left side of today's 3B modification build outside of the 3B mast canister of the International Space Station, and all in support of the future rollout of a rollout solar array to provide additional power to the orbiting laboratory. The strut bag that you saw images of, 8 feet in length, weighing over 300 pounds on Earth. Though they do not feel that weight in space, they do carry the mass of that bag as they manipulate it around their work site. So now they will begin the assembly of what will be the left lower strut. After completing the right-hand side, verifying that all the bolts to attach the struts to the mounting bracket are safe and secure against the mast canister. And they will just mirror that assembly, but now on the left-hand side, the left lower strut and left mid-strut upcoming.
Hey now, here it comes.
All right. Hands are out. See it coming up. Almost there. That coming. I almost have it. There we go. I have control.
Okay, you have control. I'm letting go.
I have control.
I'm right to the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis.
I think we're going to get on this side of this.
Can you repeat?
Yes, just a friendly reminder, right to the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis.
Okay. WS ret is on the handrail stanchion nearest the clevis, near M22.
One's not just staying right to the bag.
This one, once the red is on the handrail stanchion, you can release the bag to the red to the bag.
Go to release now?
Go to release.
Okay. Has been released.
Nice. I have control.
I see you have control.
Jessica, verify access to the strut bag PGT and torque wrench for the left sob spherical bearing, and then translate to the left side of the IEA.
Copy. It's in a good position right now. Hopefully it stays that way, but I will start translating.
Excellent. Thank you.
Zeroing in on 3 hours and 15 minutes into today's U.S. Spacewalk 96, featuring NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Anil Menon, the sixth of Jessica's career. And for Anil Menon, who just arrived to the station after launching 22 days ago, it is his first of his NASA career. Today's spacewalk is to build out a modification kit to the 3B mast canister and augment the 3B power channel for the International Space Station. And this modification kit, this structure that they are building, is to support an International Space Station rollout solar array that'll be installed on a future EVA. Those solar arrays will arrive to station both to support the 3B channel that we've been talking about today, and also the 2A channel that EVA would complete a similar structure over the last couple of EVAs for these astronauts and for the International Space Station. The most recent back on March 18th, U.S. Spacewalk number 94, that Jessica Meir was a part of, alongside with NASA astronaut Chris Williams. So far, they have completed the upper triangle and the right side of the strut assembly to attach to that 3B mast canister, which is located all the way to the far end of the starboard side of the International Space Station. So they had covered some ground after exiting the Quest airlock.
Over here on your left, I'm at the A-frame, so I'm going to get into a position to adjust your APFR.
Copy. Friendly reminder for the roll changes from Charlie to Hotel.
Charlie to Hotel.
That is Jessica Meir relaying communications to the ground as she has moved around backside of where she previously was, supporting the right side build out of the structure. She since has gone up and around Anil Menon and is now popping up on the left side of the structure to help build out that left lower strut and left mid strut. Meanwhile, Menon at the bottom of your screen, he is locked in to an articulating portable foot restraint to help extend his reach,
which I think might be a song.
Copy, a slow roll for it now. Right, and now,
Do my theme song.
I've got a...
Currently experiencing a communications handover for the next handful of seconds as we take a live look inside of where we are located inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, inside of Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center. The team here on the ground working in lockstep with the two astronauts outside of the International Space Station, led by Ronak Dave, the flight director for today, and his call sign Momentum Flight, as him and his team overseeing everything on the outskirts of the orbiting laboratory.
Might be in position golf.
Golf, we're going 1 over.
Copy golf. Are you ready to verify the access steps?
See you in...
1 sec.
See you in hotel now.
Hotel. Good job.
And that is Stephanie Wilson in the middle of your screen that is relaying these communications up to Anil Menon and Jessica Meir. Aki Hoshide to the right of Stephanie Wilson, handling all other communications to the remaining 5 members of Expedition 75 inside of the International Space Station. As we have now regained communications as the handover complete between satellites, and a view there of that is Anil Menon on the bottom right-hand side. As I look a little closer there, if you were to flip it upside down, the upper triangle has now become the, quote, lower triangle in this view, with the long lower struts now extending from the base all the way to the basically top of that 3B mass canister. So it now, since we are viewing it from essentially upside down from the original construction, what's now left is right, or right is left. For Jessica Meir, again, moving into position after completing that right-hand side build-out of the lower strut and mid-strut, and preparing to receive one end of the left lower strut from Anil Menon, who is currently holding it, while Jessica gets positioned properly.
I'm at that location. I am going to get a BRT down on this side. It'll make it a lot easier. You're on the appropriate side now.
Copy BRT.
Are you doing that? Do you want me to get that PGT?
Yeah, I can reach it. I can reach it, I think.
BRT handrail.
I can get that to you.
Okay.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Just suggested handrail for the BRT 2082. And when you're ready, the PGT settings for the strut bag, PGT Alpha 1 clockwise 1.
See, and I actually used 2081, and I'm getting the PGT.
Copy 2081.
So I'll give it a cow. Cal, good LED test battery 40. Actually take settings before we line up this strut.
Copy your report on the numbers, PGT settings, Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Good readback.
That is set. All right. Now I'm ready to get that strut in position.
Line lower left strut M21 to the Saab spherical bearing. And on an ill side, check pin lanyard is free of the clevis.
And now?
I'm just checking the lanyard. See, I can help you out with...
Okay, the bolt is aligned right there. Can you hold steady there?
Holding steady.
Ready for 4 turns, Stephanie?
Drive M21, 4 turns. You have a go.
And with that, Jessica Meir now on the left-hand side of your screen with the PGT, the pistol grip tool, the space drill, turning the bottom portion of the left lower strut to attach to the 3B mast canister as Anil Menon, more towards the now middle of your screen and right side. He is essentially holding in place the top portion of that left lower strut and holding it in place. You hear the word clevis, that groove in which the 2 pieces fit into the left lower strut, moving into the mounting bracket, the IROSA mounting bracket.
Lower strut L5 to mounting bracket L5.
So while Jessica Meir on the left is attaching the lower portion of this strut, Anil Menon just receiving instruction to now arrange that strut and properly align it into its correct configuration, and now properly aligned to the mounting bracket.
Settings for your PGT, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Just 2 turns here?
That's affirmative. You'll be driving M22, 2 turns. And you can hand start them, your preference.
I'm just going to hand turn them.
That's a good plan. For EV1, while EV2 is hand driving M22, get ahead PGT settings for you, Bravo 7, clockwise 2 on the strut bag PGT.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Right.
Good to be back.
Turn, Stephanie.
Copy 2 turns M22. That means we are ready for EV1 to drive M21, 9 turns, driving to torque.
Inward.
So the initial secured bolt turning for Jessica Meir and Anil Menon taking place. Now they're providing additional torque and security to, again, the bottom left and top left portions of the lower strut in today's build out of the 3B mast canister.
Okay, Stephanie, that was 9 turns. I've got a red light, low torque 16.3, so I can hit it again. I do see black line is like pretty much flush, so I think we're very close.
We copy. Thanks for the report. We'd like you to drive M21 again.
That was about a quarter turn. I got a good green light. 21.8, it does say it's a good green light, so I'm assuming it needs 1 more hit.
Okay. Negative will go to the torque wrench, but M21, 21.8 torque, quarter turn additional to the 9 that you got previously, green light. Go for the torque wrench. Looking for 2 breakovers with a turn count.